Township of Lyon Board of Trustees. It's Monday, March 2nd, 2026. Could we please stand for the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. April, you need to show the record that we are all present.
Can't hear you.
Show the record that we are all present. Everybody hear that? Okay. Okay. Moving on to the approval of the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
I'll support.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're going to move on to the approval of the agenda. I do have one to remove, F, for the painting of the fire station. We haven't got the two bids. We had one bid in and we're waiting on two others. We're going to have to postpone that. And then also on G, the wording on G was changed to consideration to building department contract inspectors pay. Okay, everybody see that? And that's the changes that I have.
I'll move the approval of the agenda as amended.
I'll support.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll move on to announcements. Brian, did you want to make?
Yes, thank you, John. I have an update regarding Project Flex and the status of the final site plans. Those were delivered digitally through my office on February 13th. The township officially received the hard copies on February 17th. The consultants, McKenna CES, the third-party sound engineer, and the third-party reviewer for the fire department are in the process of reviewing those plans. It is a substantial plan set. It's 93 pages. We are working on it. We are working on a timely response, but I don't have a completion date at this point in time to report to the board. I want to note that the survey is officially closed. All of the questions have been categorized and we're working on getting answers to the questions. There were over 1,000 questions asked and submitted to the portal. So we're working on those. We'll be getting questions answered and posted to the Project Flex FAQ webpage on the township website. And we'll be doing those as they become available. So we're going to do chunks at a time rather than wait until all of the questions have been answered. The other update that is relating to the vicinity of the Project Flex project, but unrelated, I think it's important to share while we have everybody in the room that the Water Resource Commission intends to clean out the New Hudson drain, which will start with tree clearing along the drain. So that will occur between Martindale and Milford and along the northern edge of the Wallbridge property. Removal for public infrastructure projects like a stormwater drain, water management drains are permitted under your tree removal ordinance. So once the once Water Resources gets a contract in place to remove those trees, we do expect that those are going to occur. And typically tree removals are intended to be done before the end of March of every calendar year, before some of the wildlife restrictions become available. So I want to point that out here, not because it's directly related to the Project Flex project, but because it's in that vicinity. I know we're going to get a lot of questions about the length of that drain and the amount of trees that will be removed for that cleaning project. So for everybody to know that that is going on, and questions can be directed to the Water Resource Commission for the work that's going on within their drain. So those are the updates I have for you, John. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Any other announcements? All right, seeing none, we're going to move to call the public so we can come up and talk about non-agenda related items. And we do have the moratorium discussion on the agenda. So if any questions during the call to the public are related to the moratorium, please wait until that agenda comes up and we'll give people opportunities. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up to call to the public. You can come on up. Please keep it within 3 minutes. We're going to be starting with that because we have a lot of people. So please keep it in 3 minutes if possible. And please give us your name and address for the record, please.
Come on. Hit my thumb on it. That is a sound of 30 kilowatt AI center. And you guys want to build one 13 times bigger than that next to where people live and go to school. My name is Paul Lavoie. I live at 58180 Travis Road, Lyon Township, for almost 40 years. Moved here to the country for a tranquil country living, not noise. Had enough of Continental aluminum for years. And this sound can be heard 3 to 5 miles away. I can't imagine the inconvenience and the annoyance that this will cause Dolson Elementary School. So the teachers can't teach, the students can't concentrate, and when all the other employees, everything, lose their jobs because when you have to close the school because of the noise, it costs 30 to 40 million at today's prices to replace that school. Who's going to pick up the tab? Taxpayers? Can't imagine the size of this monstrosity. The 12 Oaks Mall is 1.5 million square feet. This is 300,000 more. Also, considering the other business in the town, that people will stop coming because they probably can't sit and have a conversation wondering what the humming noise and the noise pollution is in the background. Right now, there are 2 ships that I have said before at the bottom of the ocean that have been scuttled. They have been scuttled because they had lithium fires, battery fires on cars. There are thousands of cars down at the bottom of the ocean that can't be retrieved. These guys couldn't put the fire out and they had all the water in the world and they couldn't do it because lithium battery, when it burns, it creates its own oxygen. So the only thing they could do was sink them. They may still be burning. This facility is going to have rows and stacks of lithium batteries. Fire departments do not have the capability to extinguish them. So after trying and pouring thousands of gallons of water, this water will drain out into the ground, soaking into our aquifers, spoiling our drinking water, not theirs. The contamination will never go away with plastic and chemicals. They say technology doubles 3 to 5 years. After this center is obsolete and they have made their billions and walked away, who will be stuck with the cleanup? The taxpayers again?
We gotta call you. Sorry. No, we gotta.
5 more seconds. So I'm pretty sure none of you live near the site or even want to move next to it.
Okay.
So go home, look in the mirror, ask yourself, ask your neighbors, friends, or relatives if you would want to live next to one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nancy. I live on 12 Mile. I'm a Lyon Township resident. I'm here tonight because I want to support a moratorium on a hyperscale data center in Lyon Township, but the right one. Max shared the following at the City of South Lyon meeting last month.
Nancy, we need to keep the moratorium talk on the moratorium.
We
We have an agenda item and I'll let you talk.
So I can say that then?
During the
Okay.
moratorium, please.
Okay.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Tim Bosley. Lived in South Lyon for about 30 years at 60835 Marjorie Ann Street. This is the letter I got concerning the construction of the upcoming Duncan facility, which will be exactly next to my house. Came the day after the building council's meeting, which is why I was invited to speak here tonight. I know I only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to really try to abbreviate this for you. In the interim, after I was allowed and told about this meeting, I did stroll my neighbor.
Sir, is that, you talking about the Dunkin' Donuts?
The Duncan drive-through.
Yeah, that's gonna be on the agenda too. Let's use this time for non-agenda.
Okay.
And when that comes up, you can come up and talk, please.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. We'll try to keep it in order so we get through some stuff here.
So, before I begin,
Yes.
for the moratorium topic,
Yes.
I have a general comments about the Project Flex generally. It's not specifically.
You can talk about the data center, all you want, it's just the moratorium is on the agenda, so yeah, you can talk about that.
So this is a good time.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know if it was that
Go
clear.
ahead.
Okay, well, good evening. Perhaps remembering from last time, I talked about risk. Good evening. Last time I talked about risk, perhaps you remember. Today I would like to discuss a very different kind of risk that has received very little attention. The term of art in the industry is called technological obsolescence, and that's when technology becomes aged, dated, and has to be replaced. So the data center, as has been said earlier, is the size of 12 Oaks Mall. This is not a temporary facility. This is a permanent transformation of the community. But the industry that this project depends on evolves at a very, very rapid pace. In the data center world, server platforms are refreshed every 3 to 5 years. 10 to 15-year lifespan for a large facility of this type is very typical. So here's the deal. Here's the question I have. What happens when this facility becomes technologically obsolete? What if it happens within a decade? Just to give you an idea of how fast this evolves, as of January 31st, 2026, 1 month ago, SpaceX has formally requested federal approval for a constellation of up to 1 million orbital data center satellites to support AI processing, and you do not pay property tax in space. This is evolving very, very rapidly. At the same time, quantum computing research is advancing toward fault-tolerant systems that will be active within the timeline, the horizon of this facility. This is going to reshape how certain high-performance computing tasks are performed. Again, I'm not saying, my issue isn't certainty, it is uncertainty. And when uncertainty is high, prudent governance, risk mitigation is required. Because what if demand shifts? What if the computing models evolve? And what if the operator sells or abandons the site? Then this community could be left with a mall-sized industrial complex that no longer serves its original purpose. Across the industry, aging data centers are already facing modernization pressures and replacement cycles. So here's the question for tonight. What legally enforceable protections will ensure that this community is not left with a stranded industrial site if this facility becomes obsolete or underutilized? Will you require a decommissioning bond sufficient to cover all demolition and remediation costs? That means demand that Veris put into escrow enough funds to completely return its data center to the original state of the land before they even break ground once. Will you demand that of them so that we are ensured of proper funding for the cleanup? If the benefits are short-term but the footprint is permanent, approving this project without end-of-life protections transfers long-term risk from a private developer to the public. Now, we are not opposed to progress, but we are entitled to prudence. And stewardship demands that we not only plan for opening day, but for the day this facility is no longer needed. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Frank Tartaglia. I live off of Martindale Road. On February 11th, I submitted under the Michigan Freedom of Information Act and the Michigan Open Meetings Act a document which was received by Carolyn Brecht, FOIA FO-26-24, recognizes the fact that it was received, and the township needed 10 days to respond. So in the body of the information that I sent over, what I'm looking for this township to produce is the expected tax revenue, long-term service cost, i.e. fire, EMS, road, utilities, required infrastructure upgrades, potential tax incentives or exemptions, the net fiscal impact over time, and the need for a third-party performance bond commensurate with the size and risk of Project Flex, to the previous gentleman's point. Where is that information? Where is the documentation? I suggested that we post that up on the website, the township website, under Project Flex, and I'm still awaiting to identify your response. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Watson, and I'm a resident of Lyon Township. I'm here tonight because I believe Project Flex puts our children, our water, and your personal freedom from legal liability at serious risk, and I want to make sure that's documented on the official record. The edge of the Wallbridge property sits approximately 1,000 feet from Dolson Elementary School, and across every major area of review required, environment, fire safety, noise, and public process, this approval has critical gaps. On fire safety, I want to start here because it's the most urgent. The fire marshal's preliminary assessment marked hazardous materials as not applicable, and above ground storage is not applicable for a facility that will house large-scale battery energy storage systems. That is factually incorrect under Michigan law, OSHA standards, and EGLE regulations. BESS installations contain hazardous compounds. When they fail, they produce hydrogen fluoride gas. And the only suppression system approved is a standard fire sprinkler. It's not only inadequate, it makes them worse. The governing national standard, NFPA 855, is not mentioned anywhere in the assessment. The wrong checklist was used by the township for this technology, and the township's own paperwork says so. On generators, the August 2025 plans included diesel backup generators. The January 26 plans removed them, but the transformer capacity and electrical hookups to support them are all still there. Vera says they have no current plans for generators, but that's not a legally binding commitment. And the noise study that was submitted doesn't include generators either. If they come in post-approval, every study is meaningless, and they should have to submit a brand new application. On water and PFAS, Lyon Township already has confirmed PFAS violations on all 4 monitoring wells near our wastewater treatment plant that have not been addressed. We are now proposing to add a facility with pressurized hazardous cooling systems into that same environment at 1,000 feet from a school where children drink water and breathe air every single day. On your personal liability, and I want to be clear and respectful as when I say this, but Michigan's Governmental Immunity Act does not protect officials who act in deliberate indifference to known constitutional violations. Article 4, Section 52 of the Michigan Constitution, which you all swore to uphold, makes natural resource protection paramount. You're receiving formal notice tonight in my speech and in a document that I am able to provide the clerk of specific documented deficiencies in your approval. From this moment forward, proceeding without correcting them is not an oversight. It's a documented choice, and that distinction matters in a court of law, which is under review within the state of Michigan at this and other data centers. We're asking for 4 things: a new NFPA 855 compliant fire safety review, an independent EGLE groundwater assessment, a binding condition permanently prohibiting generators without a full new review, and a public hearing that should have happened in the first place. We're not asking you to stop progress. We're asking you to do your job correctly for the children at Dolson, for the residents of this township, and frankly for yourselves. The document I can hand to the clerk tonight is that formal legal notice. Please treat it as such.
My name is Nadine Valenzuela, and I live in neighborhood Arbors of Lyon. And I'm here because, like so many people, there's a lot of people here that live so close to this land that we're still using as industrial. And I would like you to consider changing the zoning of the land, because our community has changed so much. Lyon Township isn't what it used to be when that land was originally zoned as industrial, which I thought was like in the 50s. It's changed so much just in the last 15 years that I have lived here. There are so many more neighborhoods, so many more new neighborhoods, and they're built close to where that land is that you want to put the proposed data center. It no longer seems appropriate to zone that land as industrial use when it's so close to homes and a school. That land was zoned industrial, like I said, long ago, and I think it's time to update the zoning to reflect what Lyon Township is today. Thank you.
Robin Allen. Regarding data centers and Project Flex, I have a question in regards to the survey. When are the questions going to be answered? And how? And by whom? There's a number of questions that are asked of certain individuals or the board or the planning commission as a whole. Veris has 33 total employees in their company. Never built a data center. But your planning commission approved this in one meeting. I'd like to know which company is behind this data center. Continental Aluminum walked away from their facility. We're stuck with a polluted brownfield, an eyesore. The building is falling in on itself. Is this what we're going to expect from Veris when data centers become obsolete? Probably before they even build this out in 6 years. Hyperscale data centers all have generator backups. I urge the public here, go to YouTube and watch specific business center or business insider data centers to get the true story on data centers. It'll blow your mind. And I'd also like to know, how does the public get access to communications between the township, Veris, and Walbridge? Because we need to know that. That would tell us when the township first started talking about this, which you've kept secret. What was said, we want to know that information. Noise study. Who and when is going to be who's going to be responsible for that? As far as I'm concerned, all township residents should be able to just click a button online and say, I want to know what the noise is being generated right now.
Your time's up. We gotta keep moving.
Yeah, let me finish. I only got a few more seconds.
We got a lot of people here. We got a lot.
You let everybody else go. I only got a few more seconds. Okay?
Give you a second, couple seconds.
Okay. We need to be able to know what the noise level is when we want to know this. Who's gonna be responsible for that? The township residents should be able to find that out whenever they want.
Thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing. Coca-Cola bottling plant.
Okay.
That looks like
3 minutes.
a landing strip at Metro Airport.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is is Melissa Noble. I live,
Could you speak up just a little bit?
yes, my name's Melissa Noble. I live at 12 Mile and Milford. I moved here about 5 years ago with my 2 young children because I wanted them to grow up in a town like this with a yard to play in and a nice dirt road to live on. I want to make sure to start by saying that I'm not anti-data center. I work in tech, and I understand that the industry evolves quickly. I am, however, against irresponsible development. I think my main concern as a resident is the fact that it seems like no one is being very honest with us. When we could all work together to find solutions, it seems as though our board and planning committee are being evasive and trying to dismiss concerns with strategic messaging. I see this all the time in business, and I know what I'm looking at, and I know what I'm hearing. That being said, if you're concerned that saying no will bring consequences, then just say that. It'd be better for all of us to work together and see what we can do, instead of just trying to message us. During the study session, when the crowd was all in agreement on what we wanted answered, for the last question, we were dismissed. The response that we've received has largely been dismissive. And it feels like you're trying to strategically message us. Even today, you just said that this drainage cleanup was unrelated to Flex. But Veris's website says that they're paying for that. So while you tell us you're taking us seriously and reviewing our concerns, you're already moving forward with plans that are dependent on this. You mentioned tax revenue as part of our financial benefit to this. Then why are we talking about tax abatements? If this is the only realistic economic benefit, because let's be honest, these jobs are going to be short-term or likely remote because data centers are built to be managed remotely, then what is the point of saying no? What is the point of saying yes to a tax abatement? During one of the board meetings, it was mentioned that we need to bring them to the table. But Veris is already at the table. And realistically, Walbridge will probably be getting these tax abatements, and they're clearly not going anywhere. There's a bunch of them in the back of this room today. Another concern that I have is about the ambiguous agreements. I know I'm out of time, but I think that that should be seriously considered. It's insulting for you guys to think that we don't know that what you're saying is not fully honest.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Liven it up. Okay. Commenting, thank you, on one comment from my predecessor just there. If the drain cleanout is funded by Veris, there is subsequently a TIF that is funded the cleanout as well. A tax. Where is that fundage? Please check into this. Oakland County has a TIF to fund and care for this drain. Our tax money. Not Veris. Thank you. The other thing I wanted to talk about is making sure and ensuring transparency across the entire board. The board helped put our planning commission in place. In my simple brain, it means every member of the board is vested in what the planning commission is passing along. Ergo, plans like Project Flex should be well known, studied, and known inside and out. Yes, I repeated myself, by this entire board, to make sure that we're protected and making sure that this board is operating as one team. I got more time. Continuing on, I want to make sure that we take a good hard look at these new site plans. Please, please, please. The public has gotten access to it through legal means to be able to see that the word generator is taken off the site plans. but not all of the things that hook generators into a hyperscale data center. They're all there. I'm not a site plan expert, but I think I even saw a symbol for something else. And climate change sucks, right? So anyway, there's symbols on there for fuel storage, implying a generator. Thank you.
He's reclaiming his time.
Appreciate that. So in light of that, I'm not an expert, but make sure you are when you're looking at something so big, taking a big chunk of our town and taking it for granted, and then making sure that if you're not clear on something, don't approve it. Maybe ask some questions, get some third-party advice. And I have recommendations. Having worked in tech for 20 plus years, I got recommendations. I don't work for them, but I can give you ideas on companies inside our Michigan borders that could help out on something like this. Thank you for your time.
My name is Craig. I live in the Mill River neighborhood, and this evening there are 4 points that I would like entered into the record. First, the speed and lack of transparency around how decisions related to Project Flex have been made necessitate more and better safeguards around the approval process. Though the proposed moratorium may have negligible impact on Project Flex, sadly, your decisions have made these kinds of maneuvers necessary, and I'm pleased to see that at least something's coming, better late than never. As a related measure, I request you update the current zoning standards, and more specifically, I strongly support and urge you to enact a special land use framework particular to hyperscale data centers. These do not belong within 5 miles of a residential area. Third, I would ask that you review the original approval for Project Flex. As I understand, the original conditional approval granted was done so prior to the FAA giving its approval for the plans Verus submitted, which should render the original conditional approval null and void. Finally, unfortunately, I feel obligated to raise one more issue that's been said before, but bears repeating until something changes. This board exists to represent the best interests of and be the voice for the people of Lyon Township. Not Verus, not Walbridge, not any other business interest. As a result, I'm left with no other option but to conclude this is either a choice to be deliberately obtuse or conscientiously disingenuous. I'm disappointed either way. And regardless of which turns out to be true, there is no doubt. In this matter, you are failing. Please do better.
Anyone else want to come on?
Good evening. Thank you to the Township Board, staff, and the people of Lyon for your time and thoughtful review of our project. These are big decisions. We do not take them lightly, and we appreciate that you do not either. My name is Nelson Abramson. I'm the CEO of Verus, a company rethinking how data centers are designed to strengthen.
Let's let them talk. Come on, everybody. Let's let them talk.
Are designed to strengthen communities and support reliable, affordable power. We understand that not everyone agrees with our proposal, and we respect that. We are committed to being good neighbors and long-term partners in this community. Project Flex will be a major asset to Lyon. In the 21st century, digital infrastructure is absolutely essential. Data centers power the phones, businesses, emergency services, utilities, and modern vehicles we rely on every day. The project is designed to strengthen the local power grid while providing core infrastructure for a thriving economy.
Come on, everybody. Let's let them talk.
The financial impact is straightforward and significant. The project will generate about $3.9 million per year for the local community, about double the public works budget. Over time, it is projected to generate about $44 million directly for the township. And as the project matures, police are projected to receive over $15 million and fire over 10. That means stronger public safety, stronger local services, and no increase in residential taxes, all while creating hundreds of permanent local jobs and more than 1,000 construction jobs. From the beginning, We have designed this facility to address concerns people have about other data centers. Township planners have stated that this property would otherwise be able to use 53 million gallons of water per year, while Project Flex will use less than 12. About the same as about the same
we gotta stop.
as 130 homes. There are no permits for diesel generators. Noise of the property line will be well below allowable limits. The site exceeds required setbacks and landscape requirements. This property has been zoned industrial since 1957, and this use has been long permitted. The project delivers long-term financial strength and supports public safety. We ask for your support to move Lyon Township and Project Flex forward.
So where do you live? Where do you live? You live in the township?
Sit down. When you're moving.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi.
All right, we're not gonna take any more of that catcalling, please, we gotta listen.
Show me out.
Everybody has a chance to talk, whether it's good or bad, we have to listen to everyone. So please, let's just be cordial and listen.
Show me out, John.
Good evening. I am a business representative for the Operating Engineers Local 324. I'm also a resident of South Lyon Township. I can tell you from my own personal experience that we've all seen our fair share of building going around our township. Project Flex is a great opportunity for residents and surrounding for good paying jobs. At the Operating Engineers 324, we train our apprentices, young and old, in hopes of projects like Project Flex to employ these apprentices and journeymen so that they can work in the communities they grew up in and currently live in and can go home to their families at the end of the night. In closing, the Operating Engineers, along with myself, a father of 3 young boys, is in favor of Project Flex moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, no answer. Right here. Okay, how far do you live?
Hi, my name is Becky Schmidt. My husband and I live in the Pendleton Apartments down the road, 31048 Dorchester. We've lived here only a couple years. We rent right now, but we're hoping to, at some point, settle down, get a house, have kids. We love the area. But having all of this stuff about the data center come up has kind of made us rethink about if Lyon Township is the area that we want to be in. I don't really understand what else the township is gonna, or the data center is gonna bring to the area besides everything I've heard about, like tax money coming in. And I don't really understand what the township would do with those taxes that I would rather have than not having a data center. If it's not bringing in a ton of jobs and if it's putting the community at risk just with all of the unknowns, with it being such a new thing. I'm not against technology, I'm not against science, I'm not against data centers, but the location of it seems a little wonky to me to put it this close to downtown and neighborhoods, communities. So just wanted to provide a little perspective from someone who's looking for the community to call home. I don't know what this really means for people who do own houses here. If someone like me as a prospective buyer is thinking about crossing the area off the list where we want to look. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to reclaim a few minutes, right? So this goes to the Frank Tartaglia.
Yeah, we can't have you come up again.
I had a minute and a half left over.
Yeah, but we can't do that.
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry.
All right, I got you.
Third party bond.
Shelley Thorson, resident, township, forever. For one thing, I gotta say, y'all got some stones showing up here at this point to say how great this is. Big stones, boys. More power to you, but we don't want you here. We don't want Varys here. You guys have never built anything. I don't understand it. I would rather pay the money to fight this in my taxes than pay the money to clean it up. 2 elementary schools within a mile of it. I want to know, Patty, is this still such a good thing? Your Martha Stewart comment you made when this got approved, that's the best thing to happen to the township. Do you still feel that way? Do you still feel it's a good thing? Is this how you're representing your people? To make that comment, it's a dream come true? Is this the nightmare you wanted for your residents?
We can't comment back, so please.
Do you even live within the vicinity?
No, she doesn't.
You don't even live in the township primarily.
don't
We
make
all
this
know that.
personal,
No, there needs to be transparency. And it is personal. This is my personal property. This is where I've raised my family. This is where I'm raising my grandchildren. We got kids in these schools. We got waterways. We got wells. There's only one person up there that's within a mile of this, and the rest of you aren't. You don't give a shit about us. And I don't care how much has to be spent to fight this to win. I don't want it here. Nobody wants it here. And the fact that these two are here because of the abatement tonight is the only reason, because they didn't have the stones to come for any other meeting, is crap.
My name's Michelle Middleton. I live in New Hudson. And I find it interesting to know that the Lion Drain is just now going to get cleaned out. When I was told 4 years ago, it's in my front yard, that it was going to get cleaned out, and we're still waiting. So why isn't it getting cleaned out between Milford Road and Pontiac Trail? Why are they starting over there? And my other question is, what are they going to do if there are any violations when it comes up to construction? If they're violating anything, how are you guys going to address to make sure that they're keeping up on their violations? Are they going to have to stop construction? Because I think there's gossip going around that they're violating in Saline where Walbridge is working. And I know Walbridge is doing a lot of these data centers all over the state. So are they just doing that all over the state, doing violations? How do you guys plan on keeping this in check so that they keep this up and, you know, we're just not stuck with them keep going and rolling with this whole project and we're just stuck doing with whatever they want to do? That's my question.
My name's Jeff Barker. I live in Lyon Township, South Lyon. And I just, you know, I had made the comment in a previous meeting that I think that the core responsibility of any judicial or governmental entity is really the welfare, protection, and well-being of the citizens. I've attended, bless you, I've attended all of the meetings for the last several weeks, and I don't think it's overstatement or hyperbole to say it's very, very unpopular, this project Flex. But I think to move forward on it, you know, a couple of things. I don't believe that there's safeguards in place. I mean, is there a performance bond that's been purchased? Is there a kind of a cleanup bond, but just a general performance bond for this project? I haven't heard anything about it. The other thing is, you know, with it being so unpopular, I think to really go forward and to move and put this in place is just very, very strong malfeasance. It really is. I don't think that you can really look citizens in the eye if this is pushed forward and say, we were doing this in the best interests of the citizens. I mean, that would be an outright lie. So I think that we should have a moratorium. That's not to say that it potentially down the road, but there needs to be a moratorium. I think it should be at least 2 years. And then to really try and...
We can talk about that when the moratorium comes up.
Okay. So, but then essentially that's where things are. I mean, to do something so unpopular and with, you know, an unclear plan, I mean, I know there's been planning documents provided. I said, I think that it would be malfeasance to move forward and put this into place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Candace Mahoney. I'm a resident of Lyon Township. I live in the Parkwood subdivision. I'm here tonight, no surprise, to express my profound disappointment in town leadership for approving this data center. The corporations building these centers deliberately prey on small towns like ours, counting on the fact that we won't have the strength to push back and to prevent them from coming in. We know from the experience of countless small towns just like ours that have already fallen prey to these centers that this data center will have a devastating and lasting impact on our community. And this is something that deserved much more due diligence than it received. Thank you.
My name is Julianne Sleek. I live at 12 Mile and Milford Roads in New Hudson, part of the Mill River subdivision. And for those of you who actually don't live in this community, we're very particular around here about two different things. The first being, it's the city of South Lyon, and it's the township of Lyon. It's not South Lyon Township, and it's not Lyon City. So get that right, please. And the city of South Lyon, Veris, you don't want to go visit them because they've actually enacted plans to keep people like you away. So don't put that city on your list to go to. My next point is those of us who do live here often are part of a group on Facebook called What's Happening in South Lyon and What's Happening in Lyon Township and New Hudson, which are two different groups. But the South Lyon What's Happening, the most common question that gets asked on that forum is, what is that noise? And you finally solved it, because when this is built, no one will have any other answer except for the data center. It'll finally be answered. It'll drown out all the other noises that people can't figure out what they are. Whether it be a boom, thunder, fireworks, it'll all be gone because we'll have this. And so for that, I commend you. And then the other question that is second to that is what's getting built so-and-so, corner of Travis Road and Milford. IKEA, yes! So now, Veris, all you need to do is paint your building yellow and blue, and the dreams of so many in this township will come true. So there you go. A little lightheartedness for tonight, but in all seriousness, you haven't taken what we've said up to this point when we've been serious to heart. And that is so disappointing because let me tell you, we would much rather be anywhere else on a Monday night with our families, with our kids, than here fighting you for this.
Sorry, I didn't know I could speak twice. I'm all excited. Well, again, my name is Nancy. I'm a Lyon Township member. I live on 12 Miles, so I'm really, really close to the proposed data center. And my one question that I have been asking many people is what's going to happen to that closed loop system? It's going to have to be cleaned. How is it going to be cleaned? Who's going to be cleaning it? Is it going to be taken out? Is it going to be dumped into the sewer, dumped into the ground? What's going to happen? Is there going to be some sort of system at Veris that's going to clean this fluid? Why can't anybody answer my question? So I went to the girls last week, said, who can I get to answer my question? Because people don't know, because I've talk to people on the board. They don't know. So they said, well, go to the engineers. Oh, okay, that sounds good. So I email her, and you know what she says to me? She goes, let me review the plans and I'll get back with you. And if you don't get an answer by the 9th, email me again. I'm like, didn't you review the first plans? How come she doesn't know? So my question is, how can you let a data center come in and you don't even know what they're going to do with this fluid? What's going to happen? It has to be changed. My husband works with closed loop systems, and he says it has to be changed. They used to take theirs out, and a company would come and clean it up and take it away. What are we doing? Are we concerned? That's going to go where? How is that going to affect us? That's going to affect our children, you know, our water. It's going to go into our land if somebody doesn't do something. Where is it going? Can someone answer me? Can somebody tell me who to ask? Because everybody's going to get an email this week. So I'm going to ask for that question from every one of you. And the Planning Commission and the DDA, you're all going to get an email. I need an answer. This is one issue just one of my issues, that I feel really needs to be answered. So please, somebody tell me who to ask. Is this transparency? No, it's not. So I think it's only fair that I should be able to get an answer. So please, when you get my email, please respond to me. Tell me what's going to happen, because I'm very concerned. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, good evening. My name is Chuck Sanzone. I live in the Mill River sub, and I don't really have anything new to bring up. It's just the disappointment that there doesn't seem to be any due diligence in this decision. It was made in September. We didn't find out about it until by accident in January. It doesn't seem like anybody can answer or even wants to answer questions. The questions are pre-delivered. People look at them, and in the January 22nd meeting, they were skimmed. We were told what the township wanted to tell us. I don't think anybody here, as everybody has said, is doing anything for the community. That's your job. You're supposed to safeguard the people. And I don't care what Vera says. I've been in business all my life. I've talked the talk. I know how to smooth things over and tell the untruths. You've got 3, 4, 5 subdivisions, 2 schools, a brand new library with a playground that kids are going to be playing on. How can anybody think this is a good idea? It just doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
My name is Molly Mahoney. I'm a resident of Lyon Township, and I'm here tonight to go on the record as speaking against the construction of the Project Flex data center. This is an example of a big company taking advantage of our small Midwestern community. The organization building the data center is based in California. They don't care about the consequences because we are the ones who will have to suffer them. These consequences come to us in the form of water contamination and consumption, noise pollution, power strain, and skyrocketing energy prices. I'm sure you've noticed that in recent years it seems we lose power every time the wind blows the wrong way. Our infrastructure is strained already. It cannot handle the huge additional power demand that will come with this facility. And when the AI bubble bursts and we're left with a hulking mass of concrete that would cost more to tear down than it would to leave to rot, spilling toxins into the soil and groundwater, what will that do for our community? I fear that this decision was made in haste by people who are not fully aware of the negative impact it would have on our community and our environment. Thank you for considering my perspective.
I'm Joey Schmidt. I live in New Hudson, the Pendleton Park Apartments on Dorchester Road. And I've lived here for about 5 years, and throughout the years I've really come to appreciate what's going on in the area. I like working remotely from the corner social in South Lyon, and I work in manufacturing, so I'm very excited to see some of the developments over on Research Drive down Grand River. And I just would like to urge you to use the land here well.
and that consider impacts that will be made to the downtown, the surrounding areas, the rail trail, which goes right across the planned site. I'd just like to urge you to consider all of the things that might be impacted with a data center going up, where it's going up, and like everyone else has mentioned, for transparency of how these decisions are being made. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan. I live in Lyon Township off of 11 Mile in Martindale. I would like to start with two issues. Continental Aluminum, primarily closed due to bankruptcy and its parent company of Vision Metals. Intense scrutiny and lawsuits from residents regarding the noise, the odor, environmental concerns of iron and other metals exceeded the standards of the groundwater. Veris is a subsidiary of Sidewalk Infrastructure Partners. That's backed by Google, backed by Alphabet, Google parent. Alphabet has faced numerous legal and ethical controversies, including a 2017 lawsuit against Uber over stolen self-driving technology, a 2020 privacy settlement over Google and data exposure, a multiple antitrust from US, France, and Japan. It has also accused of labor law violations related to worker organizing and forced to file bankruptcy in Russia after its bank account was seized in 2022. In 2023, the company was widely cited for mass layoffs that impacted 12,000 employees, many of whom discovered their termination only upon losing account access. The Flex project should be built in Veris, Walbridge, and DTE's backyard first, and only if, after 5 years, no water, electrical, sound, or loss of property values, then proceed in Lyon Township. But I don't understand how a proper sound test can be performed when this is the first Flex project of its kind. I personally do not want another Flint water crisis here, and I'm extremely disappointed in the Board of Trustees, the Planning Commission, along with state representatives, that the resident voices are not being heard to not just issue a temporary moratorium, but to cancel this project. It does not belong in a residential area. I will end with this. We are being guinea pigs for this Flex project. And if this great project is canceled, will Veris, Walbridge, DTE sue Lyon Township? And can you guarantee that a second phase is not already being considered? Thank you for hearing some of my concerns.
Unfortunately, we had the pleasure of being by Continental Aluminum. I lost my husband to cancer. We would smell in the middle of the night. I'd have ironic can of holly to our home. And Lisa, you know that I've done this. And come and stay at 2 in the morning and wake up and smell what we smell. You know the new Hudson drain? Anybody that's going to do this drain that you're talking about, they better have a hazmat suit on. I know there's a lot of chemicals underneath there, as well as we can't drink the water from your water fountain because this place was built on a dump. It's not safe to drink this water either from their fountain. That's all I gotta say, but this is crazy. There's so many chemicals that we've had to breathe for all these years. You want to now add another chemical plant for the community? I don't know where your Christianity of thinking of other people is. It's right here is where you're thinking.
Anyone else want to come on up?
Hi, my name is Julia and I'm a Lyon Township resident. This winter is the first time I've heard residents grumbling about initiating a recall. As trustees, you have a fiduciary responsibility to protect the health, longevity, and safety of residents and our property values. You have a responsibility to protect our safety. In the event of a conflict or a war, a large-scale data center would open us up to risk. A hyperscale data center would put a target on the back of Lyon Township residents. You took an oath to represent the best interests of Lyon Township residents. As trustees, it is your fiduciary responsibility to protect the township and its residents from undue risk. There is a risk of an increase in cancers, respiratory ailments, and reproductive harm associated with data centers. The secrecy in which Project Flex has been conducted for the past year has eroded the trust of residents. You have a responsibility to protect the safety of our land, water, and our wells. You need to protect the rights and safety of residents. It is your responsibility as elected officials. Many other local communities have passed moratoriums on data centers. The following information is from WKR News of confirmed moratoriums on data centers. Dearborn Heights, Pontiac, Saginaw, Saline City, South Lyon, Sterling Heights, Village of Romeo, and the following townships: Armada, Dundee, Grand Blanc, Green Charter, Hayes, Howell, Lodi, Manchester, Northville, Pittsfield, Springfield, Tyrone, York, Salone, and Big Rapids. As a resident, I'm concerned about the safety of my well. I'm concerned about the safety of our water. I'm concerned about particulate matter in the air. I'm concerned about PFAS used in the cooling systems. I'm concerned about the circulated water, if it is discharged into the land, thereby potentially poisoning our wells and poisoning our health. Thank you. Please consider a moratorium. And it looks on Google Maps like construction or pre-construction has already begun on that land. I also make a motion for a cease and desist of all work on the work site. If anyone would like to second the motion, please do so now.
My name is Mary, and I live a half a mile from this proposed data center. In fact, Dolson Elementary is in my backyard. It butts up to our house. The concerns I have been mentioned by several people, but I just felt that I needed to let it go on the record what my concerns are, because I just can't believe this is happening. You know, there's the energy consumption, and DTE has already passed a $242 million increase in energy rates, and they want another one in April. I think it's preparing for data centers personally. And this data center isn't even built yet. What's going to happen? DTE said to our faces at that January 22nd meeting, there will be no rate increases. And also, you know, there's the water usage, the energy, the loop system that lady spoke about. It does have to be cleaned, and if there's leaks, is it going to go into our environment? You know, it's just really concerning. It's very joyful for me to see all these children play when I look out my back door. And are they going to be able to do that if this data center goes up? That's our future. The noise and air pollution, will I be able to go in my backyard and enjoy my little piece of heaven? Maybe not, because of the noise and the pollution. And also, I guess these servers, the hardware has to be turned over. There's going to be a lot of electronic waste that's going to be added to our environment. There's health risks, you know, like the asthma, cancers. And then these tax abatements. Your attorney said there will be no tax abatements at the January 22nd meeting, but I understand it's going to be discussed at the DDA meeting on March 10th. And if there's no tax abatements, does that mean they don't pay property taxes? And if they don't pay property taxes, what is this going to do for our community? the data center? Is it bringing anything good? I'm not against data centers or progress either, or AI. It can be used for the good, especially in the medical field. But I just feel our property values too may decline. We wanted to build a possible small addition on our house to make our bedrooms bigger and a second bathroom, things like that. I don't want to do it at all. In fact, I actually want to move. My husband doesn't, but I do. But are we going to go somewhere else? And is there going to be a data center built there? You know, it's just, I just feel this world is just Gonda, S-H-I-T. You know, and I just feel there's too many risks, unknowns, and I don't feel you guys have been transparent. And that's really disappointing. I've only lived here, it'll be 4 years in August. I've seen, oh my gosh, the huge subdivisions and the traffic on our road is just horrendous. You know, what's going to happen when this data center comes? I don't know.
I have to call your time.
Okay, but I just want to say I don't have any trust in the local government here, and it's very disappointing. I would never tell anybody to move here.
Hello, my name is Rachel, and I've been a Lyon Township resident my whole life. Specifically, I live on 11 Mile in Milford, right by where the data center is going to be. There's been a lot of discussion about the sound levels of the data center, and there's been many promises about how quiet it will be. But I'm not here to talk about the sound we can hear, but rather the sound that we cannot hear, the infrasound. Data centers have been reported to emit low-frequency sounds below 20 hertz that we cannot hear, but we can certainly feel. These low-frequency emissions are a huge health concern, with data centers being compared to acoustic weapons. I once again say, they're being compared to acoustic weapons. Infrasound pollution can cause the heart to work harder, spike cortisol, cause shortness of breath, reduce blood flow to the brain, contribute to anxiety, depression, concentration issues, and hearing loss. It has also been linked to nausea, headaches, dizziness, fatigue, vertigo, loss of balance, insomnia, and even seizures. Certain infrasound frequencies can even damage the brain. A safe distance is generally considered around 3 to 6 miles, depending on a person's sensitivity. And with this data center being so close to the elementary school, I urge you to take action or you will be physically harming the kids. A sound study is not enough if it is not investigating the infrasound. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Vanessa Torres. I live in South Lyon, and I've been there since 2011. I'm aware that the data center didn't come to the Board of Trustees for approval. I know that that's a harping point that has been brought up before, almost as if don't understand the process. But one thing that I think has been missed right prior to this happening, some people have brought up rezoning various properties. I know that can't happen right now on the existing property. I'm aware that that's not a place, but that is a place that the Board of Trustees could have taken action prior to this to make it match the master plan that's been touted. I think a lot of people were surprised that that agricultural land was suddenly going to be turned over into industrial. I need you to sort of sit with the fact that that's a thing that you could have done to protect this community, and it didn't happen. The other thing I wanted to talk about again was tax abatements. The meeting in January, the township's attorney was sort of allowed to say, hey, they're not getting tax abatements. They're not allowed to get them. These were sort of outlawed in 2022. But we know that Veris applied for an industrial development district in September 19th of last year, and denied, but were conveniently, tax abatements were back in front of the trustees in November. And in fact, you all approved that township staff should study the possibility of bringing abatements back. Specifically, you referenced Walbridge in the room, for companies who were going to be investing $250 million or more into the community, so that the township could be seen as having skin in the game. I think it's disingenuous to have said, oh, they're not going to get tax abatements, they're not even applying for it, they can't possibly, when the conversation is already ongoing. I think it's also a bit disingenuous that Veris is here to speak to the community. They've already had an opportunity to speak to the community in a very curated experience at the study session. I know a good marketing pitch deck when I see one. I work in marketing and I work in tech and I market AI data centers. And I got to be honest, Verus could be the best company in the world, but your brethren just aren't trustworthy. The whole industry is just built on making people money who don't live in the source of the pain for everyone. To the CEO who spoke tonight, I hope your PR person did not have you come here, because they should have been fired. There's no way that this helps the cause of coming here and speaking to us, is if we don't understand that this is a problem or that this is a benefit to the community when you possibly are looking to lower your tax bill. One last thing, I just want to throw all that out there. One last thing, we're taking local signups for anybody who's interested in joining a mailing list instead of getting all your news from the local Facebook group. It's associated with the same group. There'll be somebody in the back with a sign-up sheet. If you're interested, please jump to the back. Thanks.
Good evening. My name's Alex Whalen. My wife and I have lived in the area for about 10 years. We're both engineers. We pay very high property taxes. That's steadily gone up every single year I've been here. And I'd just like to know, at least from you guys, why exactly you need more tax revenue. How does this benefit the community? The way I understand it, Verus is out of California. It takes very few people to manage these data centers, and as somebody brought up earlier, these are most likely going to be remote jobs, maybe a handful of tech employees that they're probably going to ship up from California to have work them because they have the most experience with the infrastructure. The other thing I wanted to bring up that I haven't heard yet is I know a little bit about AI. AI, it already has all the data space that it needs to answer your questions, to maybe help you with emails, to store your pictures and your little videos and stuff. What they need the data centers for, I don't know if you guys noticed all the traffic cameras going up everywhere. Yeah. They want to eventually couple those traffic cameras and other surveillance systems with the data center so they can store the massive amount of data it takes to store facial recognition, your license plate data, and track all your movements. Once they have that, if we ever go to a central bank digital currency, which we probably will because we're over $40 trillion in debt in this country, they're going to reset everything. They're going to use that infrastructure to turn your money off when they don't like what you say online, or they all of a sudden decide one day that they don't want you leaving your house, or going to get food, or eating a certain way, or having a certain habit. So the way I see it, it's a very dark future, and we're essentially paying our tax dollars to make it happen and build this infrastructure for them. So Verus does not have good intentions. They're not from Michigan. They're basically out to, Michigan is about $6,000 an acre right now. It's very cheap compared to California, so they can spread their infrastructure all over the country. And eventually our national tax dollars will be used to subsidize this as well, to the tune of billions of dollars. They spend billions of dollars a year to the government. The federal government actually purchases data on us from companies like Google, OpenAI, other big tech companies. So just wanted to throw that out there. If you guys do approve this project, it will not benefit you either in the future. You're all in this with us. So keep that in mind. Thanks.
My name is Vicki. My family has lived here in Lyon Township since the 1930s. Seen a lot of change, paid a lot of taxes. I heard somebody talking earlier about their cleaning up the drain. My taxes have been paying for that drain for years, and my father-in-law's land still floods because nobody has ever touched the drain near our property. So needless to say, there have been many things that we've come to the township for that fall on deaf ears. I'd like to see that change. You guys talked about your transparency by putting this in. You put in flex plan. Nobody knew what a flex plan was. You were not transparent. And then all of these questions that have come up, we have asked you over and over and over, but we still haven't gotten any answers from you. Are you going to have some kind of town hall where these things get answered? Because we're very frustrated with this. You just sit there and stare at us and roll your eyes at us. You're not taking us serious. This is serious. I still don't believe that my well is going to survive this. I do not like city water, never have. That is why I live in the country. What are you going to do? So town hall, not mediated. Something where we can ask honest questions, and you guys, who should all be versed in this by now, can answer us without having to have somebody sugarcoat it for you, or for you to sugarcoat it to us. And Veris, you talk about all this stuff. Why this land? You knew there was a school there. You knew there are many houses right around it. Why did you pick a land where this was going to cause problems? You knew it. And when, since you have never built this before, how do you know all these things aren't going to go wrong? All these things that they asked about with the water, with the wells, with the sound, with the air, all of these things. Are you going to put a bond?
You're talking this way, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Are you going to put a bond in this thing to where they have to supplement because our property values have dropped? Are they going to put a bond in there for when our wells fail and we have to come up with something different? Are they going to put a bond in there for all the people's health issues like we have repeated over and over again that can come from this? You guys took a study that was biased. Why don't you take another study with a real company that can really evaluate this, or somehow, so that it's fair? When are you guys going to really start listening to us? And I would like to know why this lot was picked instead of in the middle of an industrial area. Like I said, I'm not totally against AI development, but really you picked one of the absolute worst places in the world that you could have picked to put this. Why was that spot chosen instead of like in the middle of the industrial park where it wouldn't be heard? It would be buffered by other companies. These kinds of things we want to know. And I'm serious about that. Are we going to have them put a bond in this if you don't go through with trying to get a moratorium? Are they going to put a bond in this so that our property values, when we don't get the fair value, to supplement us so we can get out of town because you guys have ruined it? Thank you.
Anyone else want to come on up? Okay. Oh, come on. Is it about the moratorium?
No, not really.
Okay, then now's the time.
Got kind of two things.
Now's the time.
One might be for the zoning commission. I'm Amy. I live in about a 3/4 of a mile from this data center. And the quick
Sorry,
one on...
What was your name? I'm sorry.
Amy.
Amy, okay.
The quick one on a zoning issue is we can seem to be able to zone anything the way we want it. Why can't we rezone the property at our points and get rid of the manufacturing building that's there and Colonial Can and what's the other one? The little white house that's just horrible to look at. Every time you come into our city, you see a building that should be totally destroyed. Zone it commercial, zone it, put some restaurants, put some, I'd rather look at a strip mall than what we've been looking at since I've moved here. And it's only gotten worse. Now on to the next. We all need the board, the Planning Commission, and the DDA to slow this down. These billionaires came in and invaded our state and blindsided our small towns and boards with wonderful things that were going to bring us all this great community and money. Well, we can't eat money. We can't breathe money. And we can't drink money. So we're going to have all this money to do all these great things with, and we can't live here because we have to have buckets next to our toilets. We have to live in houses that we no longer want to live in because it's contaminated around us. It's wrong. This is a one-of-a-kind new technology, and it's going to be the best thing that happened to Lyon Township. I think that was what was said. Well, I came across an article about the tax dollars we spent on the water system. The water softener system that we all paid for, that was going to be the newest thing in the state of Michigan. And it failed. And we don't have soft water. I'm still using a water softener. We paid for it. You've given our water away to Milford. We paid for water towers, and we're still going to give away more water. I don't think a one-of-a-kind thing is the right thing for us. There are people in Lansing right now discussing all of this. And what has come out of these meetings is unbelievable. The closed-loop system, what a joke. Have you watched any of these meetings? Have you seen what people that are smarter than me by a long shot have found out about all this stuff? Where do you think all these people are getting the information from? It's not from Facebook posts. It's from reading and listening. Stuff that you guys should have done for us before this got started.
It's up. I'm sorry.
Can I talk again at the next part on the moratorium? Okay.
Anyone else want to come on up? Anybody back there? All right, well, we're going to close call to the public if everyone's had their say on the Senate. We're going to move on to a quick reports. I'd like to get through this. We have a lot to go through tonight. So, Amy, you want to give a DDA fast?
Yep, I'll move quickly. We are in the process of working with the Detroit Institute of Arts to finalize our summer program. We'll have 8 installations in the community. We're going to be doing a training session on that in April with installation to begin in May, so we're looking forward to that. We're also working with Oakland County Main Street on some technical assistance funds that we can utilize for some projects to go towards training or technical assistance this year. We have a Main Street Oakland County Summit coming up in March 19th, where we'll have the opportunity to train with other Main Streets throughout the county. I also wanted to let you know that the Lyon Events Organization is again holding their annual Kite Fest program this year. It'll be the first weekend of June. They have their next volunteer meeting coming up on March 19th at 6 p.m. at Pins. They are looking for volunteers to help out with that program still. We also had our annual events calendar that is posted online, so we have all of those events for the year listed out, with the most recent event coming up April 18th through the 24th, which is our Lion Rocks outdoor scavenger hunt. Lastly, I just wanted to point out 2 things of notice: that the DDA does not have a meeting scheduled for April. We do have one coming up next week. But I also heard some references, and I just wanted to provide clarification to the board and the community that the agenda that will be uploaded tomorrow, there is no reference to tax abatements anywhere on the agenda for the DDA. That is something that, if a policy is put in place, which there is currently no policy for tax abatements, if something were to be put in place, it still would need to go before the township to even approve the process before the DDA could even have any sort of consideration. So that is not something that will be discussed at the next DDA meeting. So, thank you.
All right, thanks, Amy. Chief, you got anything tonight?
real quick for you. Fire prevention for the month of February did 19 inspections totaling just over 611,000 square feet, bringing our yearly total 40 inspections, and it's just over 1.3 million square feet. And our training last month, our crews did an average about 11 hours per person, and this month they will be focusing on their annual driver's training refresher and emergency rescue drills. That's all I got for you. Any questions?
Thanks.
Thank you.
LT?
Good evening.
Good evening.
That's right. You got it right. A couple of quick updates. Come on, Paul. All right. Yesterday, we were able to assist a Brighton Township resident. She left her purse in a basket. It was subsequently stolen, and the thieves went on a spending spree. They made their way here to the Copper Creek store. Sergeant Sharma, Deputy Jessica were in the back, and they were able to take the two suspects into custody. This woman had an air tag in her purse, so she followed them and was able to give updates on the location. Yes. So the victim was able to follow the responsibles because she had an air tag stashed in her purse, and we caught them in the Copper Creek liquor store. They spent several thousands of dollars, and apparently they won some in the lottery, but they won't get to keep that. They're in jail in Oakland County waiting arraignment. Another quick update, we had a busy weekend. There was an armed robbery at the Wild Bill's on Pontiac Trail. Wild Bill's, the store on Pontiac Trail. An armed gentleman dressed in all black came in about 18:30, put a gun to the clerk's head, stole about $1,000. We're still actively working the leads. If we're able to develop a suspect, I'll keep you posted as that investigation progresses. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, LT. Okay, Planning Commission, anything you want to?
Yep, we had our regular meeting on Monday, February 9th, and we had one public hearing that is on our agenda tonight. That's the Duncan Special Land Use Property located at 22990 Pontiac Trail. And that was approved along with the site plan, which was under new business, conditional with the special land use, but it was recommended to approve the special land use to the Township Board. We also had the Lion Point Plaza that was previously approved, but it went from 2 stories to 1 story, and that also was approved. And then we had, the last agenda item was Nortec Addition, which they had previously already had on their site plan, and that was also approved. So that's my report.
Okay, ZBA?
We did not have a February meeting, and Brian has told me that we will have a March meeting, but I don't have I don't know the information because I haven't received it yet.
Building Department, Tony?
It's mainly business as usual for the building department. A couple of items of note are we issued a certificate of occupancy to Noble Restaurant. It looks like a really nice place, and looking forward to checking it out. And I just today did an inspection at the new library on Milford Road, and an open ceiling inspection. Most of the interior is complete, and it looks like it's going to be a really nice place for the community to spend time. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks. Any questions? All right, in the water, I know we had some people talking about the water. I'm very proud of our water system. We've been working hard on it since 2016. We started construction on our water plants. We finished one. We still have one that's going to be finished. And once the second one gets finished, and we're hoping to put it in operation, I'm hoping by May, early May, late, possibly early May. We're hoping for early May. And your water will be much, much softer. We're hoping to get to about 10 grains when the new water softener plant goes on. It's very inexpensive water and very good water, and there will be no rate hikes. It'll go just perfect. We got to get this plant open though, and that's what we're working on. Okay, anybody else? All right, we're going to move on to unfinished business. Was the first unfinished business, the only consideration to adopt the ordinance for the amendment Article 16 on the signs, and this was first read last month, And this is the second reading, and I don't believe anything has changed.
No changes.
Has everybody get a chance to look that over and have any questions on that? Okay, so
I'll move the adoption of ordinance 02-26, which amends Article 16, which is the sign section of the ordinance.
Support.
okay, we have a motion and support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're going to move on to new business. First item of new business is the consideration of approved resolution 26-07, moratorium on issuance of approvals and permits for data processing centers. I want to turn this over to the attorneys, and please give us some format if you could.
All right,
what this thing's about, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, and good evening, Board. What's before you on the agenda today is a proposed 180-day moratorium on the processing of new applications for any sort of approvals relating to data centers. I want to be very clear up front about what this proposed moratorium is and what it is not and why. The law regarding moratoriums is exceptionally clear. It gives tremendous guidelines as to what these moratoria are supposed to look like, what they need to include, how long they can be, and how they operate. First and foremost, when a moratorium is adopted, it is a prospective document. So it would be halting the processing of applications for newly proposed data centers. As long as something got in before the moratorium, the processing can continue. This is even true if somebody had applied last week and a board hadn't even looked at it yet. It would still be allowed to move forward. Now, that does not mean if down the road something were to go upside down with that application and they had to renew an application or something like that, that the moratorium wouldn't apply. That would be a very case-specific situation that we would look at. So as a starting point, this does not apply to the existing application as it sits today, but it would apply to future proposed data centers. The proposed time limit of 180 days is consistent with case law, looking at lower to lower upper 100 days as kind of the upper bound for an initial moratorium. Communities sometimes start with 3-4 months. 120 to 180 is generally considered a good starting point. And the reason is because a moratorium is a temporary holding up of processing of applications. It's not an ordinance change. It's not supposed to be a long-term solution. It's supposed to give breathing room to explore a problem that's been identified and to give enough time to get some studies going. In this case, we're moving toward the kind of the upper boundary of that initial timeline because we know that, as the resolution states, the board, if it adopts this evening, would be instructing its consultants to review the general ordinances, the zoning ordinances. That in itself takes time, and we know the approval process for a zoning ordinance is going to require at a minimum 3 meetings between the Planning Commission and the board. So we think that the 180 days is quite reasonable. Now, the time can be extended down the road if there is progress being made and the consultants and the board and the Planning Commission were to show why additional time is needed. So while 180 days is the recommendation today for the initial get-go, that's not necessarily an absolute limit. Another point in this moratorium resolution is that there is a section at the end that would allow appellate rights, where if a person believes they are aggrieved by the way that the board is, or by the way the township is applying the moratorium, or the fact that the moratorium exists at all, it provides an opportunity to file an appeal with this board that would be heard at a regular board meeting. That is an essential component to comply with procedural due process law, because, for example, if there could be situations where somebody might have been ready to drop off an application today and
they didn't do it, and they can try to make their case as to why being subject to the moratorium would hurt their property interests, or if it is applied to any other applications, they would be able to have the opportunity to make that case. It doesn't mean they would be exempted from the moratorium, but the procedural due process laws require that safety valve to be available to anybody who may be aggrieved by the existence of the moratorium, in the same way that the Zoning Board of Appeals exists and all the other boards of appeals exist for our general ordinances. So those were kind of the highlights that I wanted to point out, but if there's any other questions from the board, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Okay, hang on one second.
Moratorium on this for 6 months.
Hang on one second, I'll bring you up in a minute. Just hang on. Hang on one second, okay?
Because everybody's gonna be on vacation.
I'll bring you up. Hang on one second. Okay, before we bring the public up to comment on this, does anybody have any questions on the one that's, anything you want to add or talk about or anything?
Wait, I have some things, but I figured we'd.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll open it up for comment to the public. Again, we'll have to keep it 3 minutes because we have a lot to get through. So let's go ahead and please only come up once, please. Come on up.
Okay, like I said, why not a year until this technology gets more advanced? Why 6 months? Is this a minimum? Can you do a maximum? I mean, you're gonna do 6 months, and I would say, I don't know, hell, 80% of these people will probably be on vacation. Is that why we're doing this, so nobody be around to complain? Why not a year? So the technology can get a little more advanced.
I think the idea behind this is because the data centers are such a big hyperscale situation. We want to put some teeth in the ordinance to make sure that if this ever comes through again, it doesn't go through the system of a permitted use. It has some channels.
In the meantime, are you going to be doing research on this?
Yeah.
Is somebody going to go out and collect all this data, noise, pollution, visit other sites?
We're doing that now.
Who does that?
We have some third-party people that are checking all that out, and we can't get into the data.
Is that publicly known, this third party?
Yeah, it's on the website. So,
Who is it?
It's on our website.
On the website?
Yep, there's a page up that we're keeping progress reports going forward, and we are doing that. But this
You
is
know,
about
because kicking the can down the road is not going to solve the problem.
But this is about
That's
tonight,
where it's
about
going.
the ordinance. So let's keep it on point, okay? And let's get this moratorium wrapped up and talked about, and let's see what we can do.
Okay.
Okay? Thanks, Paul.
Wish you'd ask the public to vote tonight, because I know what they'd say.
Okay. Anyone else want to come up?
So, in your explanation, you said new application. Does that reflect Project Flex? No. So what's the moratorium? I was led to believe through your previous discussion that you will address moratorium questions thinking it's Project Flex. In fact, it's not. This is one and done. We're going to have one giant 2 million square foot behemoth sitting there. There's no more room for additional data centers of this magnitude. So I just think that, again, this is being disingenuous. And you talk about transparency, it's non-existent. I mean, come on, guys. Seriously.
Good evening.
How you doing?
Fantastic. John, as you know, of Arbors of Land. Just to make sure I understand how this all works, are you permitted to respond? Are you permitted to respond to us during this session?
This is a conversation, no? Sure.
Okay. I have to start with saying that.
It's got to be about the moratorium.
Yeah, I know.
Get
Yeah.
off track.
Yep, for sure.
Okay, thank you, John.
A moratorium that does not include our friend here is wholly insufficient for anybody in this room, rather except him and the other gentleman over there. So I have to ask, did all of you unanimously decide that this was a good idea, this moratorium? You can feel free to respond.
So
Did you
do we
all?
think it's good?
Yes.
We want a moratorium in place so we have time to get ordinances up to date.
But you know that it does. If it doesn't affect this guy, then we don't care. I mean, obviously.
What about the next one that tries to come in?
I don't care about the next one.
Okay. Please.
Nobody here is concerned with the next one. Everybody's concerned with what's happening now.
Okay. Well,
Yes, sir?
I'll speak for myself.
Yes.
I don't know what the law provides. That's why we have a township attorney, and I know we've got a lot of amateur attorneys in the crowd. But, you know, I'm an amateur attorney too. Right? Thanks, Robin. It's always good to hear from you. You know, and it's difficult for us to sit here during public comment and not be able to respond because we want to, but that's, as we've discussed many times over the months, that's not how the process works.
Sure.
So I'll tell you that, you know, for me, it's hard to sit here knowing that people like you are going to have the exact response I had, which is, boy, it would really be nice if we're studying this to make it include everyone. But we're looking to our attorneys for that advice, and that's the advice, you know, we're being given. And frankly, I don't know where it leaves us. You know, tonight I intend personally to support this. I have talked to our attorney about it, but where it goes from here, what the next steps look like, I do not know. I did hear the attorney say that if at some point in time this project has to take a step backwards, that, and I think I'm being accurate, Matt, when I say that anything that is changed, that is new, would have to be adhered to by this applicant.
Could I ask for a point of clarification on something you just said? When you said you support...
I am an amateur attorney too, so I don't know if I can answer this.
When you said you support this, what was the this that you were speaking of?
The moratorium.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You weren't saying you... very good.
I support the moratorium.
Yeah, I have to know... you do understand, all of you, that no one here cares about the next data center.
We do
you
know.
Do?
But you need to know that we have attorneys, and we're seeking their advice and counsel, and we're not magicians, and we don't have a time machine. So we're doing the best that we can with the information that's been provided to us.
Okay.
So I'm providing some levity too.
Sure.
We're doing what we can do at this point. It's not August, it's March.
Okay. Now, okay, very good. In regards to this moratorium, I believe, like I said at the beginning, it's wholly insufficient. But please, there is time. There is time before they get vested Michigan rights. After that train leaves the station, we can't do a thing. But please be creative and stop this thing, please.
Hey, I'm back. Hello again. I know I'm supposed to address you all, but I also want to say out loud what I heard you say when I also heard Trustee O'Neill say that everybody needs to understand, yeah, the moratorium that's being discussed today does not affect Flex. We know that. Some of us actually do care about that when we appreciate you putting this here, because our hope is, in fact, that Veris and Wallbridge are going to have to take that step back, that we are going to be able to find some way here, that they'll have to reapply. So if they do have to reapply, if they have to go back to the drawing board, the moratorium allows us the time, allows you the time, allows this community the time to put the right ordinances in place so that it can be reviewed in the way that we want to. So everybody, please try to take that in consideration. Also, you all might still have to take your licks here. But just to be clear, I do support this. The only thing is that I would ask, in the same way that the first gentleman did, that you do extend this to 12 months. If you're done with study at that point, if you're done with study early and you feel like you've got good ordinances in place that you're ready to put forward, that process can start. You don't have to, use all that time. But rather than having to come back and do the extension, and also do it at a time when, to that point, it's not a great time to try to get the community involved in something that's supposed to be, of great importance. You've got end of the year, end of summer vacations. You've got the start of the school year. You basically have the same timeline that conveniently Veris got this approved in the first place while everybody was busy. So I would ask you to not do 6 months, extend that to a year. And I would also ask you to remove that clause at the end that allows for that, appeal. I don't think that there's any sort of safety in that phrasing. I know that that's been used in many other Michigan communities, and it's getting copy pasted as if that's somehow a protection or out against potentially being sued. I think if somebody's going to do that, they're going to do it anyway. And I don't want to give folks the impression that, hey, this doesn't really have any teeth. So that's all I ask. Thanks.
John, may I ask our attorney a question in response to some of the questions? Okay. So I had a good opportunity to talk to Matt before the meeting today, and I specifically asked him, in what way will the shorter period be protective of our residents and the township? Because my personal feeling was, at first, a year sounds great. So I was in agreement with your thoughts. And Matt explained, I wish, since he's the pro, and I'm not, can you explain again for the public, where does that put us in a better position to protect the township?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's important to understand, I am no stranger to moratoria. I have litigated cases involving short-term rental moratoria, sober living home moratoria for communities where I'm not general counsel. And I'm very well aware of all the case law that's out there. And when you go in front of these judges, they're going to ask you, why did you pick the time period you did? What's the justification for it? And every time you extend it, they're going to ask. The longer and longer it gets, the more your intention with the case law. The case law on the issue of moratoria is very well established. And it's very consistent that if you go past 120, 180, even 180 is, it's like the top for an initial study. It's just consistent with the case law that I know is out there that the judges are going to be looking at. It's much better to start smaller, and 6 months is not small. Many communities start with 3-4 months for moratoria. Start small, get the study underway. This isn't kicking the can down the road. We're not starting in 6 months. This review, as under the resolution, would begin immediately and would have to get moving. And then by the end of 6 months, really by the end of 4 or 5 months, we'd be looking, where are we at? Do we need an extension? And we'd be able to point to what's been going on and why we need more time, rather than just kind of choosing 12 months out of the air. It's better to go incrementally and be able to justify it as the study is going along.
So I understood that this afternoon, and I just want to make sure, does that help you in understanding why the
I do understand. I also heard you say that the more times you go back and request an extension, that can also be seen as a negative.
It can be under the circumstances. It depends where you're at with your study. Once you get past the 1 year mark, it starts to get a little scary, okay? But I've seen them go beyond 1 year, where there've been, a third extension for another 6 months. And, it just, again, depends on the circumstances, especially if there's any sort of, my goodness,
legal
COVID certainly,
to it. Yeah.
COVID certainly allowed for longer moratoria. So
I still think it's a worthwhile argument to make that more time actually allows the community the not pleasure, but the availability to take in whatever gets presented, and then actually do their own research and come back in. And I think that's that seems like an argument to say, hey, why did you choose 12 months? Hey, we didn't want this to hit at the start of the school year when our community is really focused on other things. So I feel like that would be an argument. Is there anything that you can say about that language at the end?
Yeah, well, and then I just want to say too, again, on the idea of more time, I think that starts to manifest when a proposed ordinance starts coming before this board or the planning commission, and those bodies say, look, this isn't where we want it to be, and they take the public comment and we look at where it's at. That there is what starts to buy you the additional time. It's that iterative process. The appeal provision is absolutely required. I know that some communities don't include it. There's certainly cases out there that have been bad for communities that don't have that appeal provision. It is fundamental to procedural due process to have that there. Because if it is not there, then a person who is aggrieved by this resolution immediately goes to sue. This is an exhaustion of remedies situation that also protects the township from an immediate lawsuit. I mean, that's to say that anyone won't immediately sue. Sure. I mean, anybody will do whatever they want, but it is just fundamental to any sort of administrative procedure like this. Like I said, just like the zoning board, just like a building board, where when there's been this sort of administrative action taken, that there's an opportunity for people to try to seek an exemption from it. Doesn't mean they're entitled to the exemption, but there's got to be standards for offering that and reviewing it.
I can add on a little bit to that. Just so you're aware, part-time trustee, day job is civil engineer, and I represent several communities and work with a lot of different municipalities. in every single moratorium, whether it's data centers, whether it's billboards, even here in the past in my township, we've had that clause in there. So that is a pretty standard clause.
Is the idea that you're channeling somebody into a process 45 days earlier than you would otherwise be sued? Did you get a warning shot? Yes, no?
Well, no, I wouldn't necessarily call it that. It's, I mean, in a sense, it does give that sort of warning. It does keep it also in the administrative process,
Instead of
the
courts.
administrative review process, rather than an original lawsuit with discovery and all of that. But it's just the way the law is that that right needs to be there.
Okay.
Can I add really quick too? I initially felt the 12 months would be more appropriate, so there's no time that nobody's under the gun. I mean, there's a lot of studying. We've talked, all of us, about for months now about some of the outdated ordinance regulations. So there's a lot of studying that needs to be done beyond just the zoning ordinance. And so I didn't want to be put, kind of in a box to where you're under the gun. And we have the ability to extend it, an additional 6 months. We're not trying to make this land on any calendar date. You guys all know when the expiration date is. So, and certainly I think giving some periodic updates would make sense and probably, inform people and maybe put their minds at ease. But I think in talking to Matt as well, it just makes sense to approach it, in this way to make sure that we're, moving through this appropriately or in the most appropriate way possible.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, you might have to repeat, but other people have had their comments.
We were going to try to keep it 3 minutes, but we're going to do the best we can to listen to everyone. Okay?
Back. Nancy again. Okay, I'm here today because I want to support a moratorium on the hyperscale data center in Lyon Township, but the right one. Max shared a following at the City of South Lyon meeting last month, and with her permission, I am reading it again as our resolution. It's just a copy of theirs. This moratorium has a glaring loophole, no teeth, not enough time. A moratorium is an opportunity to take a pause and to buy the township some time. However, the clause at the end of your moratorium is essentially putting in writing that if a developer doesn't agree with us having a moratorium, the township will acquiesce and they can walk right over us. Allow me to read to you the abridged version of that clause as you put on the hat of the lawyer representing the multi-million-dollar company with infinite resources. Be it further resolved that an aggravated property owner or petitioner may request and be entitled to hearing within 45 days of receipt. The Township Board will determine whether the petitioner has made the required demonstration, and if so, will grant relief from the moratorium. This is a dream language for a developer who is already planning on suing you. This aggravated and expedited hearing process will only take the board's time away from what the moratorium is trying to buy them time to do, and ultimately creating more red tape for ourselves rather than the other way around. This language does put up a fence, but the fence is made of styrofoam and you are up against a bulldozer. This moratorium is also written as a resolution, but it should be a non-zoning ordinance. Non-zoning ordinance require more work on your end to pass, but don't let that scare you. If you're going to put something like this in place, do it full out. I also want to call out that you only asked for 180 days, which seems like a lot of time, but most communities across Michigan are pushing for 12 months. This is a huge undertaking that requires multiple rounds of the review that will be done alongside your regular duties. This moratorium will require time to research, talk with other Michigan municipalities, and, I'm nervous, in similar positions, update and align the zoning maps and master plan. For the love of all that is good, define a hyperscale AI data center differently from the data center in the 1990s. Because AI data centers are heavily industrial operations. You may also need to update ordinances to ensure that your planning commission can be challenged in their decision-making power if their decisions are not in the best interest of the community, especially they are not elected officials. 100 days is not enough time. This bad moratorium language is being copied and pasted across the state. Hayes Township, Northville, Mason, Sterling Heights, Pittsfield, and now South Lyon have the exact same one. If we need a template, Mac forwarded to the council last night copies of Sylvan Township and Marshall Township moratorium to use as templates. There's no wiggle room in the ordinances. They truly have to put up the right guardrails around their time to do this right. We don't have to be polite to AI data center developers who will not be so polite when they use up our resources in our town, go bankrupt in 3 to 5 years and leave us to pick up the pieces. So keeping this all in mind, my ask is simple. Get rid of the styrofoam fence and please put up concrete. Thank you. Yes?
Yeah. You got any response to that? You okay?
I mean, really, not beyond what I've already said. I mean,
How about
to
the
eliminate
clause that
eliminate that
everybody's
appeal
using?
clause would be walking the township into a lawsuit tomorrow for a facially unconstitutional moratorium resolution.
Matt, could you, I think the one piece of that we talked about earlier that I don't think you've commented on yet here tonight is the form differences between approaching this using a resolution versus an ordinance.
Right, well, obviously an ordinance is a very different instrument. What this resolution is, all it is doing is pausing the processing of the new applications. It is not suspending an ordinance, it's not creating new zoning. So to the extent that there is the existing data center going through the process, all the ordinances still are in full force and effect. The whole point is to just pause the applications while those new ordinances are being considered. And to effectuate a pause by ordinance, because this is addressing both general and zoning ordinances, in order to legislate something that affects the entirety of a general ordinance or the entirety of a zoning ordinance, you have to do it by general ordinance or by zoning. So if we're affecting the zoning ordinance, we have to go through the zoning ordinance process. The moratorium not being an ordinance gives us the opportunity by resolution to act swiftly to pause the applications without going through the multi-month period of an ordinance adoption. But ultimately, that's the goal.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy.
Hi, my name is Kendra. I live in Lyon Township. I want to start by saying thank you for at least finally taking some sort of action on this moratorium, but it should have been made a year ago. I want to ask you guys to update some zoning standards. The fact that they can put a data center right next to a school and a neighborhood is absolutely insane. That should not be, that land should not be used for something like that. And the Planning Commission needs to look at what the areas are zoned for around this area and actually see where a data center or something that's more heavily industrial actually fits, because it doesn't fit there. So I want to encourage you guys to actually take some time to sit down with the Planning Commission and look at the zoning and make sure that the zoning actually fits what it is, because the city has grown so much, or this township has grown so much, and it is the zoning that was in place 20 years ago no longer fits, and that needs to be updated. Now. So that we don't have anything like this happen again. So I had something else, but I lost what it was, so thank you for your time.
All right, thanks.
Hi, my name's Tony. I'd like to address the board and also say that I do support you guys in passing this moratorium for 6 months. I'd like to direct my comments towards our energy costs, because I think I can speak for everybody here, knowing that we have some of the highest energy rates in the Midwest. And right now, the only body that we have that's supposed to fight against our rising energy costs is the Michigan Public Service Commission. That is the same Michigan Public Service Commission that just approved DTE's contract with the Saline Data Center. And when they did that, they did not let the Public Service Commission members view an unredacted version of the contract. In order to let their staff view contracts, 39 members of the Michigan Public Service Commission staff had to sign NDAs. That is unacceptable. I'm a firm believer that the minute that people who are supposed to be representing the public have to sign non-disclosure agreements with a company, you can no longer fully represent the public. I would like to encourage, I have no idea if you guys have this already or not, but I would like to encourage you, if you don't have anything in place right now that prohibits township officials from signing NDAs with private companies, I would encourage you to do so in the near future. I'm a big believer, I don't want to attribute bad motives to anybody, but we do need to look at results. And the results are that right now the Michigan Public Service Commission met with DTE, they met with a previous AI data center company, and then they approved their contract ex parte which means they did it without any public input, and then they let the public come in afterwards and tell them why they were wrong. Clearly that's not listening to the people. In addition, they also approved a massive DTE rate hike shortly afterwards, and DTE has announced that they're going to come in and pursue another rate hike. The rate of inflation was only 2.3% last year. They got approved for a 4.1% increase, and then said that that wasn't enough. Nobody can prove that AI data centers are connected with it, but I think there's certainly something, it's certainly a question that has to be asked.
Okay, Tony, we understand the moratorium language.
Yeah. So I would like to encourage you guys to pass to pass this moratorium. It is a crucial step in making sure that we do not have another project flex that comes in and takes advantage of outdated zoning laws. I'd also like to encourage everybody here. I am with the Tom Leonard for Governor campaign. We do have a petition here for a statewide moratorium. So I'd like to encourage you to find me in the back and grab one if you have not already. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name's Larry. I fully support the moratorium, but I support it for 30 days. Hear me out. 30 days will give you enough time to come up with whatever you have to come up with to say, we don't want any data centers in Lyon Township. Zero. We don't have the space for it. We don't have the water for it. We don't have the power for it. With that being said, the Planning Commission did approve Project Flex. It was approved before you even got approval from the FAA, which means they should go back to the starting board. They should resubmit their plans because we approved, or your Planning Commission approved it before the FAA even gave them the okay. And I did talk to the FAA, and they said they have not approved it. So you approved it on September the 8th. As of September the 8th, there was nothing from the FAA. Also, the Planning Commission doesn't have the authority to approve it. According to Michigan Zoning Act, MCL 125.3101.
Moratorium language, please.
It is a moratorium.
Okay.
They didn't have the right to prove it. So put a 30-day moratorium in. Make up your rules and everything and say Lyon Township's not going to have any data centers. Zero. There's no reason to have it.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
Doesn't fit. Hi, I'm Ian. I'm a Lyon Township resident. First of all, I would definitely wanted to state that I support the implementation of a moratorium. But I think during that period, it's also super important that you spend that time wisely with how we define some of the things within the township. Specifically, the definition for data center that was so strategically used by Veris, who wants to be a good neighbor, but in most cases, you don't become a good neighbor by the manipulation of lax or insufficient zoning laws to impose the largest construction project in the entire township, because any other project of that scale would require the typical public voice to be heard and a vote from all of you. It wouldn't be a rubber stamped approval process because it's fundamentally different. So I support the moratorium, but I think there needs to be a strategic use of time to ensure that we consider a lot of things, because a lot of people have come up and talked about the impact of a data center that exists. I don't know if enough time has been put to a construction project that is 33 football fields in size. That much concrete in an essentially open air area with heavy construction equipment for 6 years. I mean, I understand a sound study when this is a functional facility, but has anyone really considered what the sound will be when you have an echo chamber of that much concrete just channeling it towards residents? So yes, we may get to the 6-year mark and the construction's done and the sound lands where it needs to be. What do we do for those 6 years of construction? Also, I don't know how much consideration has been put to what will go into bringing all of those things in, right? So the data center is being built, multiple thousands of trucks fully loaded with concrete to make it, but then there's the actual equipment. And any kind of supply chain bringing equipment, I don't assume it's going to teleport into existence in the facility, because that would be really, really advanced if it could. I would imagine trucks have to bring those, and how we accommodate that, because it's 1.8 million square feet. You're filling an entire mall with servers and equipment. So whatever is done during the moratorium, which again I do support, needs to in some way revisit how we have considered and defined some of the things that are in this township, because it's just simply insufficient. It's 30 years insufficient. It's fundamentally different now. So I hope that you do pause and that we modernize with the goal of protecting the people who have to live here. And if they can use strategic gamesmanship to get this passed through, perhaps we could consider other ways to look at how we can stop it from going through. Yeah.
John, could I wanted to ask.
Anybody can talk, you can talk with it.
So after our last person came up to ask a question about, or to comment about how we should halt data centers, I looked over at Brian and said, are we allowed to do that? And he said, so now I'm going to throw it to you.
No, we have to make reasonable accommodations for permitted land uses that are legal in the state of Michigan. So we do have to figure out appropriate standards, but we cannot just say no.
But that's at the state, right? I mean, the state is what dictates that we can't tell somebody no.
Right. Our Zoning Enabling Act that governs zoning law in the state of Michigan has provisions that do not allow us to exclude permitted uses.
Okay.
Brian, I guess general exclusionary zoning question, and I don't want to go totally off the rails here, but you said to exclude a permitted use.
Sorry.
Is it any
lawful
legal use,
lawful
right?
uses
Okay.
in the state
Sorry,
of Michigan?
I think that,
yes,
that
good
distinction is
clarification.
important.
Thank you.
Let's clarify data center, hyper data center.
Again, I think that'll all be part of this moratorium, talking about the different zoning, and, you know, this will be a public hearing that'll be brought to you by the planning commission, and everybody will be able to talk in that planning commission and bring your thoughts. And some of the zonings, I mean, all of you have great ideas, and I mean, I think it's a wonderful conversation to have, but I think that's where we're in a plus side as we go forward with the planning commission, and it's gonna start right away. This isn't gonna be waiting. I mean, we're immediately gonna start these discussions, and everyone should come to the planning commission and talk just like you are. That's the time that we can get these ordinances put into place. And that's what's good about the moratorium. It's gonna open that process up. What? I'll give you, I can't. Cool.
Alrighty, so Becky again. I guess my question for you guys now is, like, I'm really encouraged about the moratorium going forward. I think the space to breathe and for looking more in depth into things is very good. It gives you guys time to really explore what the impact might be of a data center here. So thank you for that. So I guess my question is, during the moratorium, obviously you've said you're going to be looking at information. You've got the third party people doing studies and stuff. What if this doesn't apply to Project Flex and it just applies to future projects? Like, what is there that you can do or will do if during your learning and whatnot, you decide that a data center, including Project Flex, which I understand, laws, we gotta follow the law, we gotta follow due process. You guys have to follow the laws too. But what can and will you do if you decide that the Project Flex does pose a risk to our community, but the moratorium itself is not going to stop that?
Well, tonight is about the moratorium, and what we'd like to do is to make sure that that language is good for anything in the future. And that will be open, like I said, the Planning Commission will be taking that up the first shot at it. And that will be open to everybody to come in, all the public can come in, and you can talk just like we're talking tonight. And tonight's just getting the moratorium in place, right? We're trying to get it in place so that we can go to the next step. And the next step would be the Planning Commission, and that's where everybody could come and actually talk about the different things that they'd like to see in the new ordinances. And it's a bucket of ideas, and we try to put them together to make it right for the township. And that's what we're trying to do.
Okay. So we start with the moratorium.
We've got to start with the ordinances and see where they end up.
Okay. So would those ordinances and things, would those also only be applicable for future projects?
Yes, at this time, yeah.
Okay. So is there really anything that would apply to existing projects?
These are ordinances that we're going to put on. We'll have to see how it goes. I mean, can't really answer that yet.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. I did want to just come up here and revisit the 6 months versus 1 month moratorium discussion. It is not unheard of to have a 1-year moratorium. There, as mentioned, while it's just a proposal, there is a bipartisan proposal, Michigan legislation for 1 year. But additionally, Dearborn Heights just on February 24th approved a 1-year moratorium for the reasons. Also, by the way, it initially started as a 6-month moratorium. They amended it to 1 year with the following reasons. Data centers are not specifically addressed in any of our ordinances or regulations. The effect on infrastructure may be detrimental to surrounding areas, and the environmental impacts are undetermined. Without clear zoning regulations in place, the city could be vulnerable to legal challenges if it denied a proposal. Updating zoning regulations to address data centers would likely require planning commission review and public hearings, a process that could take several months. The city should take its time studying potential long-term impacts before moving forward. I think that several of us have done some research into documentation, right? And the zoning has outdated terminology. The master plan is not aligned with zoning. There's been quite a few things where we find in one document it says one thing, in the other document it says another thing. It's going to take a while to clean up and really look into this, right? So Dearborn Heights listened to its residents and decided that while they were proposing a 6-month moratorium, they approved a 1-year moratorium. So far, and consistently throughout this meeting, your residents have told you that they felt like you're not listening to them and you're not taking their requests seriously. I think if Dearborn Heights can do it, right, there is a precedent. It's not like it's never been done. If you guys just want us to believe that you actually care, right? Just give us one thing, right? Just give us one thing. Stop. I mean, every time we bring something to your attention, you're like, oh, well, we can't because of X, Y, and Z, and no, we're not going to do that. And nobody feels like you're listening at all. You have heard them today. It's not unprecedented to do a one-year moratorium. Others have done it. Please take that seriously.
Just to remind you, Julianne Sleek. I'm not an armchair attorney, but I think that is called legal precedence. So I'm in favor of the moratorium, of course, like many of my fellow residents. I would first like to point out an important and kind of humorous fact. The current Project Flex was approved in September. It's now March. Count the months. That's 6 months that it's taken you all to get the balls to put this up for a vote. Tell me, what are you going to do to ensure that you are going to be able to do something instead of nothing in another 6 months? Are there plans in place for what's the next step if you pass this moratorium? Open question.
The next steps are going to be our planning commission to take up the ordinances. And that's, everyone in this room can come to that meeting.
Oh, I've been.
Well, okay, but you can come to that meeting and you can help the ordinances. If you have ideas for ordinances that you think that would help the situation going forward, that's what the planning commission will be taking up.
And correct me if I'm wrong, they're the ones that already approved this?
But that's how it goes through the process.
I understand that's the process, but it doesn't comfort me to think that your one representative from this board has the backs of the community to be that voice. So how are you involving the community in this process, except for allowing us to come up and talk? And thank you for finally being able to respond. I understand, again, with public comment, that's the process. But sometimes I feel like we hide behind those processes.
Well, that's not true. And I'll bet you everyone in this board would love to talk.
Yeah, there's nobody hiding out.
Yeah, there's nobody
frankly, you've questioned our manhood or whatever hood. But whether this happened in October or it happens in 2 months, we're in the same spot. Would we agree? We're in the same spot given what the attorneys talked about. So I talked earlier about a time machine or a magic wand, but if we knew that our ordinances were in the position where they needed to be studied, they needed to be paused and studied to address all aspects of this, both current and future, then we would have done it at that time. My hope is through this process that not only is this analyzed, but other things. I mean, obviously, we talk about outdated ordinances as they relate to data center. There are probably many others in our ordinance, in every community's ordinance. So, this is an opportunity to look at a lot of things. We're talking about it as a data center moratorium, but frankly, we're not limited to only studying data center, ordinances. So, to your point, we're not afraid to address you. We're not hiding out. We've responded to, or I'll speak for myself, and I think I can speak for probably everyone else, have responded to, talked to, met with, been in the living rooms of anyone who has asked me to be there. So I'm not hiding out, regardless.
I mean, I have asked for a public comment, and none of you have made it.
But you just said a second ago, you asked for a public comment at a time where we can't give you a public comment.
Only because you said that, not because it's the law, right? Like, you're allowed to speak.
Those are our rules of procedure.
Okay. So, sorry, I know my time's almost up, but let me go back to my points. So the problem to me with the other 6 months is that, yes, you can have all the time in the world, but it means that Veris is still continuing on. And yes, I understand that the moratorium doesn't stop them, but we're currently in the political climate where people love to distract Our current administration loves to do that. So I just don't want this moratorium putting everything into it and giving the community a little leverage. I don't want that to take away from the fact that we still have something to stop. So I just want to be clear on that. So I don't know if you really answered the question about how are you going to include the community in this. Can we change the permitted use? Who on the board knew about the current project prior to the public becoming outraged? Also, to Supervisor Dolan, you can't say we can only talk on the moratorium when we bring up Project Flex, because it's all intertwined. So we're trying to stay on.
We're trying to.
Correct. We're trying to stay on topic, but it's all the same in our minds. At least it feels that way. So I know my time's up.
All right. Well, thank you.
John, if I may.
Please speak up.
Yeah, Sean hit on something that I think I want the public to, that I would like the public to be aware of when you're looking at the Planning Commission agenda. Typically, we publish those on a Wednesday, so that's when we expect that the agenda for next Monday will go out. And the ordinance, the discussion item is going to say large land uses, large land use, special land use, something like that. And the reason that I'm taking that approach is that all of the standards that we've talked about through this process, the energy study, the sound, traffic, all of the concerns that have been shared by the public don't apply just to a data center use, right? They apply to a lot of the uses that are in the industrial districts that are permitted. And so, Sean, you mentioned that this goes beyond just data centers, and I agree, and that's one of the things that we're looking at through this ordinance review is all larger land uses in the industrial district. So just so you know, that is the reason that the discussion item at the Planning Commission is not going to say data center special land use review. It's large land uses. Okay.
Brian, can I say that one thing I'm going to request just while we're here publicly, that it takes special time and care to look at the decommissioning, not just of data centers, but of any use that's big. I mean, we see lots of big, monstrous land users come in around not just our community, other communities, and when they leave, they leave a mess, they leave a void. And it doesn't necessarily need to be an environmental mess to be a real drain on the community, whatever community it is. So I think that in this particular subject matter, we need you to look at it, but all others that similar to it, where you're putting a big box somewhere, it's not always going to be what that use is. And we take steps to approve it with certain requirements, whether it's stormwater or parking, whatever it may be, and that's not what its whole life will include. So when we take a direction based on a proposed land use, we end up with a physical end result that isn't going to fit most other users, and that's a problem. That's a problem that we end up with, people coming back and fighting us in the future on. And I think it's responsible of us. It's responsible of every community to look at the full life cycle of a building and a site in a way that goes beyond just what's being asked for at this podium one night on one day, one time when it gets approval.
Yeah, fair enough.
John?
No, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I've been scratching down some notes. I do want to reiterate what Brian said, because I think that I maybe, as a teacher, I was a bit aware of some chatter that maybe some folks were having side conversations and may not have heard Brian, which, by the way, I'm not yelling at you and you don't have detention for talking, but I think it's really important that what Brian said is that on the Planning Commission agenda, it's not going to say data center. And I really appreciated his explanation, because I want people to understand, first of all, I'm the biggest conspiracy theorist out there. And I understand when people say, well, you're conveniently having this come before, the 6 months period is convenient because everybody's going to be focused on school and everybody's going to be focused on still being on vacation, or they're trying to hide it with this different title that's on the agenda. I can assure you that I am not voting, that I am not considering this this moratorium 6 month period for anything other than I think it's the smart choice by legal counsel that it's a shorter period of time. I'm not trying to dodge anything with the back to school. We're not trying to dodge anything with having that as the Planning Commission agenda title, but I can guarantee someone in this community or in a neighboring community will latch onto that and try to spin this that we are trying to hide things. And his time.
That's how we feel most
I
days.
totally understand. I completely understand.
It's
but I
overwhelming.
I can only speak to what I think as far as my personal opinion. I think the shorter period of time is necessary. I do not want to have a year. It's not because I think that we were going to slide this past anybody with back to school. I'm a teacher. I'm going back to school. I don't think that Brian's explanation for large land use for the Planning Commission agenda item is any other reason than what he's saying, because these other types of projects can come in and still require some of these additional ordinance changes that will affect anything that would go on a large parcel. So I am still trying so very much to be, to express to the public, we are doing the best that we can. And I know, and somebody's going to be like, boo-hoo, hiss. Fine, say that. I am doing the best I can. I appreciate it's not good enough. But, what's that? How will I improve? I'm trying to explain. Well, I can only talk about myself. I've met with every single person who has emailed me and asked for a request to meet. I have returned every phone call, every text. Every time somebody has asked me to meet with them, I have. At the expense of my family, at the expense of my work.
Let's get back on topic.
But my point, yes, John, I'm sorry. But I'm trying to express that when people, I get it, because I am someone who thinks, why are they doing it that way? You heard a very clear explanation from Brian. This is why it's going to be on the agenda for Planning Commission in this verbiage. But I guarantee someone's going to go smear this guy's name or the township board, and look at how they're going to try to sneak it in. And it's upsetting. So all of the people who have been tired of us not responding during public comment, we're not supposed to. It's your time. Finally, it's my time to give a comment to the public.
Well, maybe, I hope this doesn't start.
I'm...
maybe, because his verbiage is so professional, that a little quotes here that says, concerning future data centers. Or when they put Plex, whatever the frickin' thing is called, you had put data center.
It was in the sentence 2 lines down.
Well, I didn't read it. So
well, I did.
But I'm just saying, maybe lower and be a little more explanation than just...
So 2 lines down, should it have been on the line below that?
Whatever. Okay, my question is I'm confused.
We're talking about the original back in September.
That's what she's talking about.
Yeah.
It was 2 lines, okay.
Yeah, 2 lines down.
It said data center?
Yes, it did.
I don't remember seeing that. Okay, I'm confused. We're talking about the moratorium, and I think that's great, and we're talking about 180 days. So does that mean from right now, our 180 days start? And we don't...
Tomorrow at midnight.
Tomorrow. We don't actually file the moratorium for 180 days. So sometime within that 180 days, someone can walk in and say, I want to put a data center in? No.
No. It
Okay.
would cease everything.
It stops everything
If-
from the moment
if-
we start this.
Everything pauses at midnight and nothing could resume until that 180 days unless it's extended because we needed more time.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Because I think differently. And I want to make sure that nothing can get slipped in before the moratorium starts. Like, if you're saying the proposed data center has to, if something is denied on theirs and they have to submit a new plan, that would then put them as a new data. a new application? There was something said about that.
Mr. Super, yeah, I don't want to speak as to any specific hypothetical, but the possibility would be there, depending on the circumstances. It would be evaluated at the time that that would come up.
Okay, so like if Coca-Cola, we had a moratorium and Coca-Cola was in the process, but they were not looking real good, and they had to change their site plan, they would have to resubmit it. So they would not be in the moratorium, right? They would be a new site plan?
Again, there's all kinds of different ways this could manifest: minor modifications, major modifications, failure of a condition. We'd have to look at what's exactly happening.
Well,
at
I'm
that
just trying to
moment in
figure
time.
out that the sooner we get the moratorium done, the better odds we have of stopping something that's already in the works if there's a major problem with that project. Where if we go out 12 months, does that give them a longer time frame? I mean, personally, I think that's the only reason why he's here, is to hear our discussion about the moratorium and how it's going to fit with him if he runs into a snag. Just my thoughts.
Well, again, these are for future. This is all about the
Right,
future.
but I want to know, is there an opportunity for his plan to become a future
This is just about
site
future right
plan?
now. So it's moratoriums going from this date.
Okay.
Moratorium for this whole project or for all AI centers?
It's for data centers and what, large box or large buildings going forward.
And at the same time, is the zoning commission and the planning commission changing their stuff to protect us too? Because the moratorium doesn't really sound like, it sounds like you all have to work together to
We
get
do.
the zoning in place.
It's all ordinances. The zoning
It's
ordinance,
all
the general
zoning.
ordinance. It's not just zoning, it's all of our ordinances. It's the study of, it's not limited to that. And we do have to all work together, you're correct.
Right.
The
so we
moratorium
have
itself doesn't change those things. The moratorium hits the pause button to give us a chance to work on changing those things. So the idea is that while this is in place, this is when that work would be happening at the Planning Commission, coming through us.
Okay. Well, and just another point, I don't understand why there is someone from Walbridge on, I think, our DDA. I don't understand that, because I've been reading, well, I think that should be part of the moratorium, that we shouldn't have people on our boards that have an influence in what our ordinances and our planning commission is doing.
Well, this is the planning commission and the board. It doesn't go to the DDA. So this will be planning commission and board.
Well, then, how do we get him off of our DDA?
Well, let's keep on the moratorium.
All right, well,
All right.
okay. All I know is there's a lot of people in the Capitol discussing moratoriums. And we have to do this. And
Everybody in this room knows that these data centers have taken everybody by surprise. We're not the only ones that are dealing with data centers. These things are in everywhere. They are from, what is there, 8 or 10 of them, and they're all getting a lot of trouble. I mean, it's, oh,
well, I mean, there's been a lot of things, and DTE has done a lot of things in preparation back in May for these things. Somebody wasn't paying attention. And the people that we thought were supposed to pay attention, we feel like they didn't stand up, they didn't do their due diligence.
okay. Well, thank you.
Still answer the question.
No, we can't come up twice.
I know.
No,
I just have
we
a
can't
question
do it.
for
We
you.
can't
Can I
do it twice.
respond to
No,
Trustee
no, we can't
Blade's
do it twice,
question
please. No.
or comment that she made
Look,
directed
we have
at
a lot
me?
of people that want to talk. Please,
few
we only
people.
come up once.
I would be happy to talk to you
You
after.
came
I
up
did
with-
not know I intended, I seriously did not think that I was taking a shot at you, so I will be very happy to talk to you. And if I did, and you took it that way, I
You did.
apologize. I definitely apologize because it was not intended toward you.
Good evening, everybody. I got to be quick here. I just want to say that I think it's kind of disappointing that we have to do this after the fact, but I do support the moratorium, and I appreciate the gesture to make the movement to enact a moratorium, or at least vote on the moratorium. I would encourage everybody to please move to enact the moratorium, and I would encourage you all to please use the moratorium period wisely, and to work diligently to revise zoning ordinances, standards, and procedures, especially to make a clear distinction between a traditional data center and today's hyperscale data center. Because I think, as we all know, a data center of 20 years ago is not the same as a data center today. And it's pretty clear that that's the loophole that hyperscale data center developers are utilizing now in communities, especially in Michigan. I'd like you all to please also take the opportunity to do whatever you can to more appropriately zone the township to reflect the desires and the values of township residents. I think it's clear that we're a residential community with a particular family focus. I think everybody who's come up and spoken has kind of expressed those views, and I'm sure the rest of you kind of share those views as well. And I think that the fact that we're here talking about a moratorium after the fact kind of demonstrates in a way a failure to plan appropriately, and I would encourage the township to kind of take a step back and reconsider their planning approach as a whole. So that's all I have. I hope you all have a good night. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. How you doing?
Good. I'm Diane Link. I live in Turtle Creek off of Kent Lake Road. So I just wanted to say I'm glad that you're looking at a moratorium. However, the horse is already out of the barn, so to speak. So I don't know what we can do at this time to make whatever happen better. The other thing is communication. I worked as a nurse for 42 years. I was in charge of committees, teaching nurses and teaching patients. And every meeting I scheduled or teaching thing, I had to make sure it was written so that the person who was reading it could understand it and understand what you were trying to convey. And I don't think that you're saying land use or whatever to pull one over on us. But there has to be a way to let people know that that includes data centers and other things in order for people to understand what's going on. That's probably part of the problem. What I looked at the agenda, saw Project Flex, I thought of the freeway, and didn't read. It has to be apparent. I know how frustrating it is when people don't understand you, and you have to repeat things or present them in different ways so that the public understands. And that has not been part of what's been going on here. And I know you guys are all stressed out, so are we. We don't want what's going on to happen in our community. We want a board that we can trust. And right now, you know that trust is something that's not there for a lot of people. So I do request that you be transparent and put things, as long as it's legal. I don't understand. I don't think an agenda has to be run by a lawyer. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Mine never did. But listen to the people. And we're not all lawyers. We're not all educated in moratoriums and all that kind of stuff. We need it in language we can understand too. Okay. And that's what I'm asking. And I read that legal piece of paper and trying to go over it and make sure I understood it. And it was difficult for somebody who's not a lawyer. So just to keep that in mind.
Good evening. I'm Corinne Rockoff. I'm here on behalf of Walbridge. I just have one particular clarifying question. We've heard a lot of specific reference to the new applications language. Oh, is everyone able to hear me? Okay. Yes. We've heard a lot of reference to the specific new applications language in the proposed moratorium, but I just want to ensure that we're on the same page and understanding the entirety of Section 1, which also refers to issuance of permits and approval of construction as well. Are you able to confirm that Project Flex's permits and other construction approvals cannot and will not be subject to this moratorium if passed?
As I said at the beginning, as we sit here today, this moratorium would not stop the processing of the application, of the application that's already in process. If something were to change down the road, that would have to be evaluated at the time. But as we sit here today, no.
And just to be clear, when you say application, is that intended to refer to all three of those phrases used: new application, issuance of permits, and approval of construction? So when you say application, that encompasses all three?
The approvals that are related to the application that's currently in process, the site plan that's been conditionally approved.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you for asking that. I had the same question, so appreciate you. Motion to maybe tweak that wording because it is now two people, at least it's unclear about, so I don't know if that is good to do or not. Make it clear. Also love the recommendation. I can get your name. Diane. Thank you, Diane. Invite the community to look over anything this beautiful moratorium will evaluate. You got a lot of great, awesome, cool experts here that are passionate about this community. They're sitting on the board. They're sitting out here. We got a few invited guests, but most of the community is here. Have the community more involved. Have us help look over what you come up with in the moratorium. It's
well, I mean,
important.
like I was saying, the planning commission's going to run that, and
Yep.
please come up to the planning commission and you can give all your opinions, and they'll listen to all that, and they try to put all the ideas in a box and make sure it's the best fit, and that's when it moves to the next step.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, everybody will get a chance to talk and come up just like this, and
Perfect.
you know, I think it's a good process, and I think that we'll get through this moratorium. I mean, it's all about getting the ordinances right.
Yeah.
You know? And your help on that is really, I mean, it's a great thing to have. I say it all the time. Not enough people get involved. They just never do. They never do until there's a problem, okay? And then it's always too late, right? Yep. Does everybody agree with that? It's always too late. So these situations, we have to look forward now, right? So we have to get it right.
Yeah.
And I think you all coming to the planning commission and helping them get through this process is a great thing, and it's a good process. And come to the planning commission, you know? I mean, there's been years, we come to these meetings, there's 3 of us here.
Yeah. I hear some of the grumblings behind me, so I want to address a point you did just say. I am one of the guilty people. I am one of the guilty people who was too lackadaisic. I did not pay enough attention to the full content of what was posted in September. Thank you for calling that out earlier. I didn't do that. I didn't do my due diligence. I didn't do my due diligence because I have representatives that are doing theirs. I am going to continue to do mine. I'm woken up now. I know that's a bad word to say now, but I am woke.
It's not a bad word to say.
Thank you for correcting me on that.
Let me also tell you.
Thank you for correcting that as well.
Let me also tell you, every time these master plan updates go through the process, okay, everybody gets the opportunity to come in and help through that process. And you know what happens in that process? The same thing that happened to every board meeting that we've ever been to. 3 people show up.
Yeah.
You know, all these things are listed. Everyone here has the same. All these things are listed. They're all
posted.
We take these master plans and they go to every community around us. It's broadcasted throughout the community, and still no one gets involved. And these things are listed. They always are. And you know what? It's not a bad thing to be involved. It catches the things in the front side. You know, I know everybody in this room, and I'm probably going to get flack for saying this, but I'll bet you everybody in this room in June had no idea what a data center was. And if I don't believe you do.
I did, but...
Well, you might have, but here's the thing. Okay, when it's listed in the master plan and nobody comes, they see the data center, especially people who know what they are, right? They see the data center. It would be so helpful for them to come into the master plan updates and say, hey, do you guys understand that this data center could be something that you don't want here? That's the help that we need. I mean, it's a community. The community has to get together and help also. I'm not saying that we didn't miss it or we did miss it or whatever, but we have lots going on all the time here. We absolutely do. And I'm going to get up. I'm jumping off the protocol, and I'm very sorry. But Mark, I'm gonna say, I took you out to the water plant, I showed you, and we're open for communications. You guys wanna call and talk to me, you called me, I called you right away, right?
You did.
And I've done that
You
with
did.
several others. I've done that with several others. I work day to day taking care of this township. I have big projects going in water and sewer and updates, and I'm telling you, them are very important to me. And then I come back and I spend lots and lots of meetings all day long. I'm gonna tell you something. I met with 5 women the other day. They were the most beautiful people I ever met. And you know what? They had serious concerns I couldn't answer. They asked me questions, I can't answer that.
Yeah.
That's what this next process is about. We're gonna try to find some of that stuff out. Not by our people, by people that we hire. They're gonna go in and they're gonna just make sure if this thing happens to come to our community, it's gonna be the best possible thing that we can make it. And that's all we can, as a board right here, that's all we can tell our community. If this thing shows up to our property lines and there's nothing, I mean, it's permitted. Everybody in this room's got to understand it is a permitted use in that zone. And if it's a permitted use in that zone, our due diligence becomes making sure it doesn't impact everyone if it goes in. And that's what we're doing right now.
I implore you, continue that. Consider just tonight doubling that number from 6 to 12. Because other neighbors have done that, and there is precedent. And if one attorney can give you an opinion, so could another. Just another consideration. I thank you for the extended time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have, I think, 3 minutes worth of questions, so if you can answer me when I'm done, that would be awesome. I want to acknowledge that the resolution is a meaningful step, and I appreciate you guys taking this action. The whereas clauses correctly identify that the recent Project Flex approval revealed serious inadequacies in our current regulations, and the unique scale and scope of a modern hyperscale data center require updated standards. I'm going to skip to my second point because I think it's the most important. I actually am requesting an update to the wording on the moratorium, particularly Section 2, the 5 bullet points listed. I think there are things in there that are not included that, based on concerns from the community, could be considered to be added as scope in that assessment. First is regarding fire safety and battery storage. I know multiple land use would still be consistent that anywhere any sort of battery would be considered, NFPA 855 assessments have to be considered as part of that. That's not noted anywhere on your moratorium. The generator infrastructure noise, review the scope to address a binding ordinance requirements for generator infrastructure, including that requirements of generator noise be modeled at the time of site plan review, otherwise it's not a revision to the plan. So the noise study needs to also assess minimum setbacks not only from residential areas, but also from schools. I don't know if we could add that into the study. Focusing just on residential seems short-sighted in this case. Independent environmental review. The review scope should be direct the consultants to recommend ordinance requirements for independent environmental, including groundwater assessments, but also including hazardous materials, and involving the EGLE monitoring records throughout the project area. And lastly, I'd ask that the review scope also direct consultants to recommend explicit conflict of interest requirements, that those be applicable to all projects, not just large land use. For example, Walbridge has an NDA on this project and they refuse to talk about it. Why? Is that allowed? Would love for them to answer that. So they have an NDA and will not speak to anyone about it. And they've gone on record with that. So I think that request is fair. I also would kindly ask on the 180 days that you extend it, because 180 days is Labor Day weekend. So you're really only going to get 160 days if you count the August meeting. If you would consider extending it to perhaps 195 or 200 days, you would count your September meeting, just because of the way the calendar falls this year with Labor Day being September 7th. So I think that their 2 requests are modest and legally well-grounded. We're only asking that you know, the consultants be directed to study the key areas that have been brought up, and I think adding a couple bullet points on the moratorium for focus would be reasonable at this time, and you could consider it for adoption tonight.
So I have a question for the attorneys. They're not just held to what's listed on this moratorium, are they? I mean, with the study sessions coming up for the planning commission, can't they? Maybe Brian, you're in the answer for that.
No, I can jump in on that.
We can probably add anything in there that you would like.
It does say including but not limited.
Yeah, so as the list is presently written, it says including but not limited to, but this is, you know, if the board proceeds with this resolution tonight, it's the board's resolution. It can add any other bullet points it wants to, absolutely.
One other question. I mean, I don't think that's outrageous to say 200 days. Is that that gets it into past the, I agree with that. Is that something that would be a big problem, or?
I don't have a problem with going to 200.
I mean,
As long as, I just don't want it to put us into jeopardy by having it in a protracted amount of time, but
I don't think that's a bad.
No, I think that
Because
200 is
I guess my
totally
question
fine.
is, and again, I'm a guilty person who's getting more involved, but what is the typical schedule for the township with Labor Day? Do we just not have a board meeting that month, or is it moved?
We have a Tuesday.
So the Tuesday after Labor Day, so that would be September 8th in this case. So
That's
like,
the date that should be in here.
yeah,
At a minimum.
or to the end of that week maybe, or something within reason of that, in case there was a special meeting required, would be the ask.
I would think it would coincide, the intention is to coincide with a board meeting date, right?
It really would, yeah. I think that the
That's a good catch.
mechanical application of 6 months, it didn't do that, but yeah, that's a very reasonable point.
So
September.
Okay. And I know it does say including but not limited to, but as someone else said, the planning commission is the person they're the group that put this forward without considering anyone else's opinion. So I think if we can further structure what we're asking them to consider, and at least have them acknowledge that they're going to look at battery safety and other things like that, I don't think it hurts anything, considering it's been brought up by a number of residents. So kindly ask just a couple bullet points be added to item 2.
That wouldn't have to be listed actually in the moratorium for you to go over there, right? Okay. So
Well, it's just if after today the planning commission decides that they don't feel that that's important, they're not required to investigate.
You guys show up and you help that whole process. I mean, that's a good thing.
And it has to come back here,
Yeah,
so we will send it back to them if they don't include it for
Okay.
consideration.
Can,
Go ahead. No, I have a question then. So the moratorium is not really a direction to the planning commission. The moratorium is just halting it. And it's not, am I understanding it correctly, that it's not sending this to the planning commission saying, these are the only things that you should be looking at? Would that be accurate?
Right. I mean, it's both the halting and it is direction to
Okay.
the commission, because at a minimum right now, it's saying planning commission and planning consultants and engineer, look at all the ordinances, particularly these items, but not limited to that. So if there was something along the way, certainly if there's something tonight that the board wants to add, go for it. It absolutely can. Because the list also will guide, I think, that evaluation down the road if we need to extend it. The board said, look at, 10 things instead of 5. That could make a difference as to, why are we where we're at? But then down the road too, just in the same way that you can amend the timeline, you can amend the scope. If the planning commission is saying, look, we don't want to look at this or that, the board can come back and say, yeah, we're requiring you to. Not just under the power of the moratorium resolution, but this board can refer matters to the planning commission anyway. So,
because I take it with your teacher analogy, right? If my son gets a homework assignment that says the odds are required and the evens are optional, I can tell you what he doesn't do.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I'm with you.
right?
So
So that's why I was asking for clarification.
Procedurally then, would we, if we did want to use some of those items that were mentioned, would we amend the resolution, or would we say the resolution and direct the plan, if a motion were to be made, and to direct the planning commission to also consider this, this, and this?
right, yeah, I think right now there's no motion on the table regarding the resolution. So if there was a motion to approve the resolution and the maker of the motion wanted to propose an amendment, then motion to approve as presented with the following revisions, and just point out where those revisions would be and what they would be, and the final adopted resolution would reflect that.
All right, I'll make a motion to adopt, sorry.
And
get it on
we
board,
still have the
right?
public
You can make a motion and allow discussion.
Discussion.
Yeah, you could.
I want to make sure I capture.
I just
what
want to make
everybody
sure
has
it's
said.
clear
It's
the
like,
public.
well, Reed, you are the last one, unless there's other.
Well, we can still discuss it if we want.
Okay.
You can go ahead and make the motion.
So I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2026-07, moratorium on issuance of approvals and permits for data processing centers. Item 2 in the motion, item 2 within the resolution to add construction noise, NDA agreements, master plan alignment, zoning issues, reviewing this in terms of large land use, decommissioning/restoration bonds, hyperscale versus regular scale data centers, fire safety in terms of battery storage, generator use, school setbacks, environmental reviews by third parties, EGLE reviews from the state of Michigan, and any conflict of interest, which is kind of following under the NDA.
I'll support with the inclusion of a friendly amendment to item 5, which extends the moratorium through September 8th of 2026.
I'll accept the friendly amendment.
Do we want to pile on all of our amendments right now, or do we want, because I'll have a couple.
No, as well, we should know what the motion on the floor is, so if there are other amendments.
Did that get everything?
I think that got everything from my side. Thank you for your
So
consideration.
we want to support that.
I'll support it.
Okay.
Sean already did. Sean already did. Okay.
Wait 1 second. So we have a motion and support. Okay, come on.
We just settled on September 8th. Is that the day after Labor Day?
That's the next meeting.
That's our regular meeting date. in
Right, so it's
September.
the Tuesday because you won't have it Monday because of the
correct.
holiday. First day of school,
Correct.
crazy day for most of your residents who have children. Could we
Us
push
too.
it another week?
Well, we're hoping to have it done before. I mean, we're going to make this thing happen pretty quickly, so.
So then the
It got to
8th
the
would
point
be
where it
what?
was- Well, it got to the point where it was the 8th, we'd look for an extension, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
Mr.
if
Smith,
we didn't make it to that.
I think, from my perspective, the way this would play out is we would know by August if we're going to be presenting a proposed extension.
So the proposed, what would be presented on the 8th, in theory? I know you can't predict the future, but what would be the goal at this point?
Well, I mean, if everything goes smooth, we'd be adopting changes to these ordinances,
Right,
right?
we'd either be adopting changes to ordinances or it'd be last call for extending the moratorium.
And I understand everyone would like to see this be longer. That's a pretty healthy list of things that need to be studied. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a heavy lift. It's optimistic to think that this could all get done in 6 months, but that is the deadline that's been proposed and I think has been made in a motion. But I don't know that there's anybody up here that objects to extending it if there is a need, a documented need, which is that we've got a whole host of things to go through and we're gonna need another 60 days, or we're gonna need another 6 months. But I think until we get into it, it's really hard to forecast, you know.
Totally, and we just
how
added on a
much-
whole bunch of bullet points onto the resolution that can't even be quantified yet
I
as to
seconded
how
it,
long.
yeah, I seconded it before he,
Yeah.
kept going, but he could certainly add stuff if he wants to, I mean.
It feels like it would be helpful, when I'm in project management meetings and we're kind of scope changes erratically on a phone call, you kind of need to do a reset and go, okay, how does these additional changes impact our timeline? And do we need to revisit what's possible to deliver in the timeline that we've set? And so I do wonder if, as a follow-up to this meeting, if taking all the bullets that have been added to the list and to kind of say, okay, here's what we've committed to between now and September 8th.
Report.
That would be really helpful, I think, for all of us, so that we, between now and
I
then,
think that's a good idea too.
come more informed to have dialogue about it and be in the planning commission meetings and all that.
There should be progress too. You
That's-
should see the planning commission start with it, and what's most, beneficial about this is it will come to the board, because, we didn't have a say on this project.
Right.
So these changes will start at the planning commission, they'll come to the board, and so we'll have input too. So it is gonna be an iterative process over the next several months.
Okay. Thank you.
For what it's worth, I was doing the exact same thing you're doing, working back timeline. If we're to adopt an ordinance at the township board at September 8th, the township board does 2 readings of every ordinance. So in theory, that September 8th would be your second reading. You would have a first reading in August, which means there would be a planning commission public hearing in July. If we haven't held that planning commission meeting by July, we will know that we cannot have an ordinance adopted by September.
Yeah, and I would chime in too. Given this, the breadth of items that are being addressed, it's entirely possible that, you know, there might be one or two ordinance revisions ready by that point, but others will still be in process, and that will be that progress that we're showing that as to why we need the extension.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was
Thank
thoughtful.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Regarding the moratorium, are you going to be making it public knowledge who your sources are and doing the research?
For the moratorium?
For the research on the moratorium?
For the ordinances that we're trying to set?
Yes. Are you going to make it public knowledge who your sources are
It's all in public. And
the
just
research?
like we were talking, we'll probably have a progress report that kind of tells where it's at.
Okay.
Okay.
And so how would the community
We'll
know?
probably do it on
I
the
mean,
on the website, I think.
do you have it posted
We will.
somewhere?
Yeah, as it starts, we'll get something going so you stay informed.
Okay, and will you be using case studies?
Well, with the ordinances, I think that's gonna be a lot of input from the public to try to, you know, it's gonna be, right, Brian, is it gonna be more or less, you know, some, how are you gonna start that whole process at the planning commission? I mean, I think she's asking how's it get started and who does the thought process on what ordinances you're setting and, right?
Yeah, my goal for each one of the topic areas will be to have standards that are applicable to that concern, right? So if our concern is noise, vibration, low frequency sound, what are the pertinent elements, and who is a professional that can guide reasonable regulations to address the need?
And what about electromagnetic radiation? Is that being considered at all?
I mean, probably could be, yeah. I mean,
I would like to
again,
propose that it's.
well, it's again, when you come to the plan, I mean, if we can get the planning commission meeting and it's a public hearing, everybody comes up and they can ask questions like that and get it talked about. And
So will there be an opportunity to speak back and forth, or is it only the 3 minute?
It's a public hearing, yep.
Okay. All right.
Well, John, we'll have, you know, we've added, Chris, I don't know how many items we added to that bullet list.
17.
17?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay. I had a framework built out for next Monday's planning commission meeting as like the bones of regulation topics that we need to address. When we have that planning commission meeting, the commissioners will talk. Typically when we do ordinance revisions with the planning commission, folks that are in attendance at those meetings, we do have a generally open dialogue during that discussion for ordinances. I would expect that we'll do the same thing so that we can build out some meat to that framework.
Okay.
So and that'll happen before the public hearing.
Okay.
All right, a couple things keep getting added to what I want to talk about. In regards to the planning commission, they're not going to, the residents are not going to be able to ask questions and have them answered because it's not going to be on the agenda.
It's a public
So
hearing.
for you
They
to
will
say
be-
that it's
they
going
will
to
be
be
able
agenda.
to. It's a public hearing. They will be able to talk back and forth. That's what it's about. Absolutely will be able to.
Okay, all right, okay. In regards to the point that the lady brought up about an NDA that Walbridge has signed,
Okay, we
that's a
gotta-
huge red flag.
Let's stick with the moratorium right now and let's get this stuff.
This is
together.
all tied together, John. Okay? Okay. This board needs to quit passing the buck and pointing fingers. You say that it didn't come before the township board. It was
We're
all.
in a moratorium conversation, Robin. Let's
Okay,
stay on
John.
the moratorium conversation.
Okay.
It's just nice to see at the podium instead of running your mouth from the second row the whole night.
Excuse me?
You heard me. It's just nice to
No,
see
I
you
didn't
standing
hear
up there. Well, I'll repeat myself. It's
Repeat
nice to see you at the
yourself.
podium instead
Pull
of
that mic
You
down
heard
and
me.
speak into the mic.
You heard me.
No, I didn't.
And nobody booed you either, and nobody acted the way that you act, so continue, please.
Thank you, Sean.
Wow, you're something else. Where do you live? Where do you live in the town?
You know what? Hey,
Look me
get
up,
back
buddy.
to the moratoriums now. Let's talk about the moratoriums, or you can sit down.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, I'd like to know why this board, and you're going to tell me it's not because of the moratorium, why you're able to have a sit-down question and answer with the public now, but you won't have a sit-down question and answer with the public in regards to the data center.
Robin, do you have anything to do with the moratorium? I'm asking a question, do you?
Of course.
This is a joke.
He's just trying to push buttons.
This is a joke.
As always. As
You
always.
shut
All right,
the F up.
hey, let's cut this right down.
Shut up.
Hey,
I'm very upset. I'm sorry you're so upset.
let's stop now. Keep it cordial, all right.
Tell him
All
to
right,
keep it cordial.
I get it, Robin, okay.
Okay?
Polite.
All right,
He's
no
out of
more.
line.
No
He's
more.
out of line. You want to come after me?
All right.
No, I
more.
don't.
Hey,
I'm not
it's getting out of
interested.
control.
But thank you.
No, we're going out.
Let's go.
Careful though, he's my right hand.
You can say whatever the hell
All
you
right,
want.
quit, let's quit. All right, we've got a
Lovely.
motion on the table and we have support, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna call this in.
John, I have some more
Okay, go
amendments
ahead,
to
go
make,
ahead.
so I would ask that we not vote yet.
Go ahead.
All right, let's see, I've got a couple here. So in the first, therefore, under the third section there with reports and recommendations, I would like to add a sentence that a status report will be provided at least monthly to the board, to the township board and the planning commission.
I'll accept that amendment.
That's that one, and then on the fourth point in there, I guess first I have a question for Matt, because it may change how I do this. This is currently worded as an extension of an additional 180 days may occur. Does that lock us into only one extension of only 180 days? Do we need to make this more flexible in the writing, or?
It does not lock you into only
Okay.
one extension.
Because presumably we would be extending this by resolution, which would allow us to adjust that with our
Right.
next expectation.
It's just
right?
envisioning that at the next looking point, you'd be looking at another 180 days.
Okay.
Could be less, maybe, it could be
Right.
more. At that point, you'd be passing a new resolution.
All
So it's just foreshadowing that the board anticipates that it may need to be extended.
Okay, so given that, I'll leave the 180-day thing alone, but I would like to add that since this is specifically referencing Article 33 as the portion of the zoning amendments that we're presuming is being altered, it sounds like there are other topics that may fall outside of that. So I'd like to add a not limited, or including but not limited to phrase to that section, under section 4.
Right, between
between-
zoning ordinance, comma, Article 33, it would be between that.
Yeah, I believe that would be an appropriate place for it.
Okay, I'll amend the motion to include that.
I will still support.
Okay, we're good?
I believe, I'm skimming back over my notes that I didn't miss anything. I think I'm good except for one question for Brian. Sorry to be dragging out here, but if this is the first time hearing about the language being used for large, what did we say, large land uses, right?
Large land use, special land use standards.
So I guess I'm wondering, is that the same as this, or is that something that you're also looking at? Because if that is this, then I'm wondering if this moratorium should not be specifically phrased only for data centers, but for whatever we define to be a large land user.
You already said that.
Right, but the language in the resolution doesn't say large land user, it says data processing facilities. Yet we're sitting here talking about how the planning commission item is going to be large land users. So I'm just, if they're intended to be the same thing, shouldn't they match? Is, I guess, where I'm coming from. And I don't know what would be involved or whether we can generalize this resolution.
Yeah, well,
or if
I
that
would
need
turn to
be
Brian
something we
as
come
to how
back on.
he's defining large land user, because I think that is a very valid point, that if the intent is to halt all the large land uses, but we need to define what those are.
So I see a lot of these similar risks, sorry not to cut you off, Matt, but
Right.
I see a lot of these same risks applying to, as we're saying, if we're identifying a lot of these things being large uses, it might not be a data center, but if we adopt this right now saying, hey, we need to pause on data centers, but we also know that we need to review things for other large users, and then next week we get an application for another large user, we put ourselves right back in the position that we are right now.
Yeah, so if the board wants to insert language that would broaden the scope of the resolution at this point, we need to define exactly what that looks like. The other alternative would be that the board could go ahead with this resolution as it's presently moved to do it, and then amend it next month.
I do not want to wait next month.
Okay.
Because I think then tomorrow we end up with something that is equally ugly.
Okay. Do you have a working definition right now, Brian, of what you are considering a large land user?
I do have, let me pull up the specific language, but the threshold is basically every use above 100,000 square feet.
Okay, so
in I1 and I2, yes.
Only in I1 or I2, or any use over 100? I mean, I don't know where you else could have a use over 100,000 square feet, but
it's your Lowe's, your Walmart, your.
If I could jump in, if you're going to apply it to any use 100,000 square foot, it needs to be in any district.
Right.
Because
okay.
otherwise you're
otherwise
zoning,
we're
and you
getting
can't
into
do
the
that by
issue of
resolution.
resolution versus ordinance again, right? Okay. So I'm spitballing this, so help me out here a little bit, but I suppose we would amend then the title of the ordinance to say data processing centers and large land users, or basically anywhere where it says data center add and large land users. And then I suppose we would need an additional whereas clause to define large land users as any site occupying 100,000 square feet of floor space or more.
Question on that, because I did, in one of the bullet points, I did say large land users.
Uh-huh.
And if we were to, Matt, I'm gonna lean on you on this one, but if we are to change the title of the resolution, which would also change the agenda item, can we do that legally? Since it's already been approved and published.
Well, then you have the notice.
So this is not like an ordinance. The Open Meetings Act does not contain specific requirements for board agendas. So the fact that this resolution, this moratorium is on the agenda, it is conceivable that amendments could be coming, and this is playing out in the public forum.
So
I'm not.
So then
in your opinion, it is
them.
not a outsized risk to make this change at this time?
No, I don't believe so.
So
Okay.
Robert, to be clear, what exact changes? Let's write this down.
Sorry, I'm coming through here.
So
So
I
the
think-
title would have to be changed to match. So it would now be moratorium on the issuance of approvals or permits for data processing centers and large land users.
Okay, I'll amend the motion to include that.
And then, like I said, I suppose in several other places, we probably need to add that and large land users where we're saying data processing centers, but not specifically calling it out. And then, I'm guessing another whereas would be the place to define what we mean by large land user. Is that?
Yeah, we should
Would
define
that
it.
be would that be the right place though, Matt? Would be an additional whereas clause?
Yeah, I think so.
Would it Would a good location be after the second whereas?
That would make sense.
Yes, yes.
So then we could amend the motion and say,
Yes, right, yes. So we
include
would
those
have-
applicable to data processing centers and
And
large
land
land
users
users of
as defined.
100,000
Oh,
square feet or larger.
That's true, we could
Yeah.
do it all in that one whereas. That works. Is that, do you think saying that of over 100,000 is sufficient to define it for the purposes of the title
Based
and
on
the
how
other
our
references?
ordinances are constructed, I think that's
Where did you put
appropriate.
Just at the end of applicable
Second
to data
whereas.
processing centers.
What about in the third whereas? As, so environmental impacts of data center,
Well,
processing
yes, yes.
centers
Sorry.
have changed dramatically.
To clarify, basically anywhere where it says of data processing centers, we would add the and
Oh,
whatever,
okay.
but the definition of a large land user would
Okay.
only be added to the second.
Perfect.
whereas.
All right, thank you.
Does that,
You got all the paper?
yeah.
And Matt, are you going to be the one who amends this?
Ultimately, yep.
Okay, so you have everything you need at this point?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's, everybody understands the changes, we have everything we need to,
Yeah, just final confirmation that the maker and supporter of the motion
Right.
agree with those additional changes.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so we have a motion and support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, sounds good. We're going to take a little recess for 5 minutes or so everybody can use the bathroom if they need to. All right, you gotta use the bathroom.
Is Chris giving you his list? Is Chris giving you his list?
I might have to watch the video.
Take a
Was it in that section or was it in my I think after that I went on to the including but not limited to large. So it's basically just not locking us in.
Oh, that's a good idea too. In case I don't talk about it. Well, I can align your chicken scratch with my chicken scratch. Hyperscale versus regular. I know. I thought I had decommissioning, restoration,
Just by way of example. But you wouldn't have to worry about going out.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Everyone please sit down. Thank you. Okay, our next order of business is Duncan, property located at 22990 Pontiac Trail, special land use for drive-through, AP 25-95. Brian, you want to start us out there?
Is that comment from your live stream that it's not unmuted?
What's that?
Oh,
Are we unmuted?
thank you for saying something.
Thank
That's
you.
good. Okay.
Thank you.
I might have took him off guard when I started real quick. Okay, Brian.
We're back live?
Yeah, I think we're back live.
There's volume?
Are we good? Is it up? Mark? Okay, good, we're up.
Okay, good. This evening, we have for consideration a special land use for the proposed drive-through facility at 22990 Pontiac Trail, which was formerly a bank, also formerly an urgent care facility at the corner of Marjorie Ann and Pontiac Trail. Drive-through restaurants are special land uses in the B2 commercial district. The Planning Commission has reviewed the site plan for this project. They also held a public hearing for the special land use associated with the project, both held at February 9th Planning Commission meeting. The Planning Commission did approve the site plan conditional upon receipt of approval of the special land use. Patty mentioned also that the Commission recommended approval of the special land use. The Planning Commission did hear comments from the public relating to traffic and relating to, we received a letter after the public hearing relating to cleanliness concerns about the site. I do want to note that in reviewing those standards, the Planning Commission did talk about traffic, talked about the flow of traffic on the site in the anticipation that vehicles are going to be leaving out onto Pontiac Trail and not out onto Marjorie Ann. And in regards to trash and cleanliness concerns on site, there is an updated trash enclosure at the exact same location that the current one is. It will get new gates, it will get an updated aesthetic. There's also landscaping and things proposed to keep the site orderly. So with those comments, we do have a letter dated February 26th to the Township Board outlining the review standards for special land use in the township. We find that those have been met and support the Planning Commission's recommendation for a special land use for the Township Board. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Anything to add?
No, engineering concerns.
Okay. Anybody on the board want to ask any questions of Brian?
Nope, sorry, I was jumping ahead of myself.
What's that?
I was jumping ahead of myself. I just remembered that we had someone that wanted to.
I didn't forget about
Yeah, but I didn't. We still have to go through the presentation first, so that's why I said ahead of myself.
Well, the applicant's here, and did anybody have anything to ask the applicant before I bring the public up? Do you have anything you want to say, or anything good?
Not anything that the Planning Commission hasn't heard. Mostly we're just trying to repurpose the site. It had an existing drive-through previously with the bank, so we're trying to use that same location. We're gonna have an updated drive-through canopy. And then we're updating the site to meet the zoning ordinance standards.
Okay.
Question on hours of operation. Obviously, this is an early morning use, maybe more than a late night use. I know there's a gentleman here who said he lives nearby, and I know there's an existing wall that's going to remain. When the bank was there was obviously a drive-through, but they literally had banker hours. And so I guess I'm wondering what measures were discussed or taken at the Planning Commission level to help to, I guess, mitigate the sound beyond just the wall, which, looking at the picture, isn't extremely tall. I don't know what it's going to do to knock down, like from the ordering box you know,
So
that's at the back
the
of the
sound
site.
that comes out of the menu board is about normal conversation noise level?
Okay, I guess that just worries me a little bit. Obviously, the people who live there bought there knowing there was a commercial operation and they're by commercially zoned property, but I guess at 6 in the morning, a conversation like the one that we're having right now, when they're, you know, it's the dead of winter, there's no leaves on trees, I want to make sure all appropriate and reasonable measures are taken to kind of buffer at least that first house from, you know, light, sound, things like that that are going to happen outside the hours that everyone was used to when it was, you know, a bank or an urgent care. That's all. Not saying that your use isn't appropriate. I just don't know.
Yeah,
Brian?
I can comment. So there's two pertinent regulations in the ordinance relating to the menu boards. One says it has to be on the rear of the building, but two also says that devices for the transmission of sound shall be directed or controlled to prevent sound from being audible beyond the boundaries of the site. So we have standards in place where if the menu board is heard basically at that wall that you're seeing on the site plan, the sound will need to be tuned down.
We were looking at putting trees, Sean, but I think the blacktop goes right to the...
It does. So
And
my
so,
client
like, there was-
is not opposed to doing additional landscaping there if need be.
Where would they do the landscaping? They've got the alleyway behind it. That's
Yeah, so currently it would probably push the truck loading space slightly to the left in the site. Yeah, where Brian is mostly over, we would probably just add a small buffer of additional landscaping there. More trees, shrubs.
so the purpose of tonight, and I always say this because I always do it anyway. You know, we're not supposed to like redesign the site. We're supposed to determine if this impact is too much or if it's acceptable. But I always seem to have a question about something physical. And I know that Brian, you just mentioned that the ordering station has to be behind the building. But if you rotated it, you know, down like a space, like slightly, just moved that down to the next car, wouldn't that still technically be behind the building and it would be projecting the sound in a kind of southeast direction instead of a due east direction? Would that maybe not help? Would it be a big deal to do something like that? I know obviously there are probably, I guess, dimensions, parameters. There's a timing, you know, from the window all the way back to that first car that's, you know, last car queuing up. There's probably some stacking expectation and timing and everything. Is that going to start throwing the stacking lane out in front where it's going to be a traffic issue by moving it back kind of one space and rotating it around? Or do you think that people will just be able to, do you think that will have any impact on where the stack goes to?
I don't have an objection to it if Shannon doesn't. Shifting that
Where
around.
it currently is standard for Duncan, but we have been fine moving it 1 or 2 spaces before.
I mean, I guess it projects it at a...
Still a house with southeast. Yeah,
Can I see where?
it would just be pointing at a different person, unless you went all the way down to have it point into
Is that a,
Martin's storage area.
I think it's a garage. I think, I'm only talking about one space and just kind of changing the angle. So if I'm talking at you, it's not as loud for Chris as it is for you. And so I'm just trying to change the angle, and then there's a greater distance that has to travel before it'll get to a homeowner, just by moving it back 20 feet.
It does look like the distance, like from where the menu board would be and the edge of the site would be probably a difference of about 50-ish feet where it currently is to maybe 80. So it would,
So you, I mean,
it would
is that
increase.
reasonable? Am I missing something, or does that seem like it's?
I don't think it's unreasonable, and it does meet the ordinance standards still, so.
All right, I don't know what everybody else thinks, but that's just.
Okay, is there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I don't, this gentleman will come over to talk. Please.
Aerial view back up there?
Again, my name is Tim Bosley. I am the house right there in the picture. Yes, most of my concerns seems to have already been addressed as far as the noise was our biggest problem. I'm not really a conspiracy theorist, but this is how my letter came.
Okay.
The envelope was torn.
Oh,
You know, if you
I
believe
get
in
it.
conspiracies, that delays the processing, so I didn't get this till the day after the meeting.
Oh, no.
So yeah, and I'll just go through my proposed solutions because I don't want to take all your time here. We've been here quite long. So Marjorie Ann Street should be widened. That's Marjorie Ann at the top of the picture. As you can see, there are no sidewalks. There's a school at the end of that street. So we already have morning and afternoon traffic that is horrendous. There's no left turn lane there, and any children playing, walking, or riding their bikes has to ride in the street. So Marjorie Ann Street should be widened from the entrance driveway for the First Baptist Church, which would be almost directly across from that exit onto Marjorie Ann there, to Pontiac Trail to include the left turn lane. This expense should be shared by Duncan and maybe the urgent care facility across the street rather than the residents. They use it the most, so it would make sense. Duncan and the township may opt instead to close off the exit to Marjorie Ann Street and use only the entrance to Pontiac Trail. Prior to the drive-through restaurant's opening, sidewalks should be installed in place from at least Pontiac Trail back to K Street, which is the first street on our block, so that pedestrian traffic does not have to walk in the street, especially during peak hours, which is mornings and afternoons because of the school at the end of the street. Again, I believe this expense should be borne by Duncan as a gesture of goodwill to the neighborhood. Any order station, and I'm so glad we brought this up, any order station and parking lot lighting installed by Duncan must be adequately shielded so that it will not adversely illuminate any property outside the Duncan facility. And believe me when I say that wall is neither high enough nor long enough to block out the light and the sound that's going to be coming from there. Alternatively, Duncan may choose to alter its hours of operation so that they're limited and no additional nighttime light pollution from Duncan. This would affect the morning and evening hours, of course. To contain the increased noise pollution from the drive-through, which, believe it or not, directly faces 2 of the 3 bedrooms in my house. Duncan must increase the height of the wall, which is behind their property, to a level adequate to block the sounds, as Brian pointed out, from speakers going into the residential areas. It's the same principle as the highway walls you see along our freeways to contain that sound. Alternatively, Duncan may again choose to limit its hours of operation, or at least the drive-through hours, so that it doesn't disturb residents in the area. I'd also have to ask a question about what time the dumpsters would be emptied, because I know when the urgent care was there, those people showed up whenever they felt like it. It was often crack of dawn or before that they'd be out there clanging the dumpster onto the truck. So I'm glad Mr. Kesey brought up noise pollution. I actually was going to read off some of the ordinance, but I don't think I have to. Okay. The only other concerns I have, just so you guys know, in the 7 days I've been able to work on this, I got 94 signatures asking for everything I just asked for. Sidewalks, a left turn lane, and a higher wall. I'm going to keep going with this until that place is open, and I'll be glad to give you guys copies of this entire thing. And if anybody has questions for me, that's my house right there. Right behind it.
Looks like a nice house.
It is a really nice house, and it used to be quiet. I can hardly wait to see what happens now.
You know, back in the day, when I was a young lad, that was the absolute nicest subdivision in South Lyon.
It still is.
It really was. The superintendent of the school lived in there.
Oddly enough, when I was petitioning, sidewalks were on my petition, I only had one person in the neighborhood say she didn't want sidewalks. Everybody else says, put them in the whole neighborhood, because we got a school.
Yeah.
I don't know if the school is in Lyon Township down there, Sayre.
Sayre, yeah.
But there's hundreds of kids out there. They're all walking and playing in the street. We need sidewalks.
No, it's not in our township anymore.
I made some extra copies of my proposals, my concerns and solutions here. I'm going to leave them here. These are the originals of the petition I've got started, and I thank you guys for your consideration and time.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a regulation concerning times for trash pickup?
We don't.
I see dimensional things for dumpsters, but not.
We don't have time constraints on pickup. However, through a special land use process, that's certainly a reasonable condition you can apply to ensure improved compatibility.
Yeah, that's a possibility. A couple other things. When we do the photometric plan and looking at that, do we consider headlights and how they would line up with the wall height?
They're not part of the photometric plan.
Okay.
They are part of the site visit that I do typically. That wall varies in height between about 3 and 4 feet in height. I didn't feel as though headlights were going to be exceeding the height of the wall.
Okay. If something like whether it's headlights or whether it's sound, once the use starts, if we find out that it's not that there is light going beyond or sound going beyond over whatever level, what's the process to abate that after the fact?
I suppose you could add a condition for a review, an on-site review after a certain period of time. It's not something typically that you do, but if that's a valid concern, I think that it's reasonable to address it.
Because I very much, I wouldn't want headlights coming into my window either, but I also don't want to jump and say, oh, well, you have to make an 8-foot wall because we think that will stop it, but we don't know whether it is or isn't actually going to be a problem and whether that would solve it or not. So I think I kind of like that. Kind of check it, and if it is a problem, then you have to fix it thing. The sidewalk comment, because this is a change that is requiring site plan approval, doesn't that trigger our normal sidewalk requirements? So why is there, we don't have anything that would require them to go down to K Street, but wouldn't we typically have them install along the Marjorie Ann frontage of the property?
We did not talk about that at the Planning Commission. There's a drainage ditch for the road in the only feasible location for it.
Okay. Well, that is a difficult thing.
I don't know if you can require it either unless it's on your non-motorized plan. Is that true, Brian?
That is true. It's not part it's not part of a subdivision where we have the requirements in place.
Okay. Gotcha.
Didn't we look at that for the park,
This was Safe Routes to
Safe Routes.
School.
Yeah, and it was
the
just
schools
an.
bailed on us.
Well, yeah, they
on that
did.
one.
It was a
So
very
we tried.
complicated safe routes to school program.
Mhm.
Because they require sidewalks on both sides of the road. You have to enclose all of that storm sewer, and the cost just went through the roof, and that's really, I think, why
Okay.
the schools were out. That was
Right.
many years ago.
So I think that this ties back into, I think one of the main concerns we were having about that was because of the additional traffic on that section of the street. But when I'm looking at the plans, it looks like the Marjorie Ann section is an exit only. Is that correct?
I don't think so, it's a public road.
Or, that driveway, it looks like, when I'm looking at the,
It's currently shown as an entry and an exit.
oh, okay, all right, I see the turn left or right, but I don't,
Yeah,
like on the Pontiac Trail entrance, I see like a, hey, come in here for the drive-through.
Right here, it says drive-through, and then it's got.
Okay, so that's, okay. All right, so that's, if you pull into that, it's telling you, go right around the building to get to the drive-through lane, okay. Do we have the ability to alter that in some way? I don't know whether making it exit only would lessen the impact enough, or if it's, the whole thing is a problem for you, and so there's not.
Just making an exit.
Because I don't think we can just say like, oh, we don't want another egress point just for safety too. Like, I wouldn't want to block that off. But I think that was the other item that you had talked about that I hadn't blabbed about yet. So I'm not really sure what to, if we really can do anything on that one, but I thought I would ask.
I mean, the planning commissioners, we talked about circulation, it's all counterclockwise.
I mean, it
Makes
feels
sense
like
that
you would
everybody's gonna
have
go out
relatively
on the
low
trail.
traffic going out of there naturally, just because if you're going through the drive-through, you're gonna exit
So the
next
current
left
flow
on the
does
right.
naturally direct towards Pontiac Trail and not towards Marjorie, and you would have to do like another lap around the building, and most people would not do that.
Okay.
Except during the morning school. Bring their kids in for breakfast.
Well, right, I mean, if you're going through to then go on to the school,
Yes.
yes, I see that being fair, okay.
School done.
Anybody have any other thoughts? I mean, I got it out.
No, I mean, we're
most
looking
of
at
my-
special land use for a drive-through, so I have no objection to the drive-through. I guess we can move the speaker to the southeast. I think that will help with the noise mitigation, but, so I agree with that.
Can I make a public comment still?
Go ahead.
The gentleman talked about the dumpster and you talked about the ordinance. So as someone that lives directly behind Abbey Park and they empty their dumpster at all hours, I have called them and told them that it doesn't apply to the township noise ordinance because it's outside of those hours. So I don't know if you can use that, but I have personally, and it's worked. And I've actually had to call the company that they use as well. So I've called both people and it eventually does work. And then they change companies and you have to go through it again. But
Are you saying that you say that it's, when it's being done outside the noise ordinance section or the noise section of the ordinance, you're violating the ordinance because it clearly far exceeds
right.
them?
Like if they're emptying at 5 in the morning and the ordinance is 7 to 7.
Right, it far
So-
exceeds
Right.
the sound, right, even if it's for 10 seconds, it's still.
Yes,
right,
exactly.
right,
Because if it's a person also making that, like if somebody's having a party at midnight, it's the
Same
same
thing.
concept, in my opinion, as a resident. I'm not saying I impersonate you, I'm just saying I called as a resident and used that to my advantage. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, don't impersonate us, it's not a popular thing.
That is a good point, though, I guess. Hearing that, I don't know that we need to have a special thing in this just to.
Yeah, we would just tell them they have to adhere to the noise
Right, which is
standards within
baked
the
in,
ordinance.
So.
But I believe those
if you
are
have-
related to construction.
Yeah, if you have a specific concern about trash, you should add it as a condition of site plan, special land use so that we can document it and.
Right, but the performance standards deal with beyond just construction. I mean, I can't cut my grass at midnight. That's a violation of the.
You're not cutting your grass at
right?
all. Make your kid do it.
Right. And if it doesn't apply to everything, then we need to change that ordinance too while we're looking at ordinances. Add it to the list, it's 18, it's number 18.
Number 18 to the list.
My only thing would be I would hate to add it just to this one, and then we have this broader issue, and then we have a different rule for this property versus the rest of the properties when it's more of a general issue.
But it's got to
We
start
do that
somewhere.
with conditions of
But-
special land uses all the time
Okay.
to make the use compatible, and I think it's appropriate right next to a residential if we want to add
So
it.
what hours do we want to use, 7 AM to 11 PM? Is
It's
that
7
what?
to 7 for
7 to 7.
construction, 7 AM to 7
Okay.
PM. On Saturdays, it's 8 AM to 7 PM, no Sundays,
But the-
no holidays.
But the performance standards in the ordinance deal with noise, what are those hours?
I think you're talking about our noise ordinances.
Yeah.
I feel like it's 10 PM to 7 AM.
Oh,
Yeah.
nothing?
Like, that's quiet time.
Yes,
10
That's
PM.
what that's why I was saying just
Yeah.
general noise ordinance should cover a before 7 AM trash pickup. But if it doesn't, then that's a problem.
So we would make a motion to approve with all the other things we've or some of the other things we talked about, to include a prohibition against the emptying of the dumpster between the hours of 10 PM and 7 AM.
Yeah.
You're here. Man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I think you're really good at that.
I use prohibition, and I got the H in there.
The only other thing I'd mention is about the sidewalks again. There's ample room between the ditch and the edge of the lot there, their driveway on that side, as well as on our properties. Between the road and where the fire hydrants are, if they put the sidewalks on the property side of the fire hydrants, they wouldn't have to touch the ditches. The ditches could stay just where they are.
I think the fear is that when you get outside the influence of the ditch, you are on private property, correct? I mean, if you're gonna put a 5-foot sidewalk behind that slope,
Yep.
Leslie, you're going to be,
Probably.
half that sidewalk will be on private property.
I've always been under the impression my property ends where the cement in my driveway ends, and there's plenty of room for a sidewalk between the road and there.
And it might. I just, as a rule, usually the ditch kind of takes up what's left of the right of way outside of the road, but.
So the darker dash line is the property line.
Right, and where you have that hedge going along the road there, that could be a sidewalk.
Can we flip to the aerial for a second?
I think to really evaluate that, you need to
Right.
look at grading plans.
You can see where the ditch is, and you can see that it's enough space to put a sidewalk there.
I don't think you can say that based on the information presented tonight, that you can definitely put a sidewalk there without looking at the grading and doing an evaluation.
Oh, yes.
It's just, it's not something that the township board, in my opinion, can require of the applicant without further study. And that really, I think, falls under the planning commission, and there's nothing in the ordinance that requires that sidewalk on that street. So, and definitely not on
Kids'
site.
lives, just put them out there. Okay, all right.
I mean, if there's a Safe Routes to School project in the future and the school would like to participate, which we were on board before and they decided not to because of cost, those are their kids and we want to help them get their kids to school. So I would ask the school board to participate in a future conversation on Safe Routes to School.
Let them know we'd be happy to help.
I'll just say I'd be happy to spend some money there getting sidewalk to the school.
Sam?
Okay,
Yeah.
anyone else?
No, but just, I guess, did anybody start to make anything yet here, or? I can't remember. Oh, sorry.
If I recall correctly, at the planning commission meeting when this was brought up, a resident did ask about a traffic study being required. And I know with the project, the big construction project that's gonna go on, that's gonna take half of that road out, which will most likely go into school time. From that meeting, I think it got approved there with no traffic study, at least shared with the public. Is that something that was done or not deemed required? Just curious.
It shouldn't require a traffic study.
It's not required.
Planning
It did not.
Commission did not.
Same, yeah.
Same thing.
Like same, like for like.
Okay.
Yeah.
We did ask that. They did ask that.
I'm just saying, like, it wouldn't warrant one,
Yeah,
correct?
that's correct.
Based on
The idea is that there's no increase in the
Yep.
intensity of the use, technically.
Sure.
I mean, right, is that the justification for not?
I don't know, do anyone even go to banks?
Sorry.
I'm not making, I'm trying to understand the rationale, I'm not saying.
My rationale for traffic study was absolutely, I'm Mark Spencer, by the way. Lyon Township resident for a long time. Thank you, Lou, for taking care of the issue earlier. The Dunkin' Donuts is a popular brand, y'all. It's a good brand. I like Dunkin'. I just don't like this spot. You're putting Dunkin' wants to come in and put something in a spot that is under permitted use. Special land use applies. As such, we have leverage now to warrant pausing for a hot sec to have some traffic experts look and see what's the impact to traffic at busy times for Dunkin', plus the schools in the area. I drive my middle schooler to Millennium every day. It's not fun at 7 a.m. Anybody welcome to join me?
I did that.
I've done
We'll be doing
my
it again
tour
next
of
year.
duty.
I did.
But you can attest to it as well then, correct?
You don't want to be anywhere within a mile of the schools in the morning or in the afternoon. You're right.
Does Duncan know that? Does your client know that? Okay.
Usually there's
think
just
they
a
are.
cursory look at traffic counts to compare, and I'm guessing that was done. So at least some effort was probably made by one of you to look at the generated traffic per.
The issue with this type of use is that it doesn't draw.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I don't think they can.
So when you have a use like this going into a vacant building with an existing drive-through, this is not the type of use to draw from 5 miles away. It's people who are
already in.
Already in. Now, the point of a traffic study, if the township board wanted to require that of the applicant, is they are going to look at things like turning lanes. There's already a signal there. It wouldn't warrant any type of sidewalks. and very unlikely the widening of Marjorie Ann because it's a public road. So really that would be, if the township board wanted to add that to a requirement, the applicant would then have to find a traffic engineer to perform the study. We would engage GHD to review that study, and really what you're looking at is, are we gonna require the addition of turn lanes, in my opinion. That would be the maximum, and if you, when you're driving through the community and you look at individual restaurants like this,
There are no turn lanes.
there are no turning lanes. I mean,
Yeah.
even at Jimmy John's on Lion Center Drive. So that's just an example that popped in my brain. But that's because these types of uses really.
Lion Center Drive has a turn lane.
Okay, let me take that out of my.
This is your engineer.
So the point is, that is up to the board if you want to require it, but that's the most that you'd be looking at is turning lanes because the signal's already there.
There's no turn lane on Marjorie Ann though, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Gentleman that owns the property right next door, is traffic study maybe warranted?
I would think so. Between the school and believe me, they're counting on that school traffic. That's a prime spot for this kind of a shop.
Yep.
I'd love to have one. You're gonna get that school traffic twice a day. What do you want for your snack, kids? Let's go to Duncan. What do you want for breakfast, kids? Let's go to Duncan. It's great. I'd put one there.
Popular site. Something to consider, please. Thank you for listening.
Okay.
Sorry, I know I've already spoken, but this brought up another good point, is, okay, so your exit onto Marjorie Ann, can you make it a no left turn?
No. This would be under the road commission's purview, and it's very unlikely that they would not permit an approach that exists that allows a left turn to utilize a signal.
Got it. And you can't put two entry exit onto Pontiac and close off the Marjorie Ann?
No. You'd be way
Like
too
a
close to
Culver's.
the intersection.
Like a Culver's.
That
The
second
road
lane would be right where the sidewalk is going across right now.
Okay, so, any more questions? Does anybody have anything they'd like to add?
All right, well, I'll make a motion to approve special land use for a drive-through in AP 25-95B, subject, and Robert, I'm gonna have you jump in with me on some of the buffering that you talked about. Moving the ordering station back from the 6th space in the parking, or in the stacking queue is shown to the 7th space in order to create more separation from the residential neighbors. To limit the emptying of the dumpster to hours outside of the 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. window. And what do we want to do with?
And to require mitigation if headlight, what would you call it?
Pollution?
Light pollution and noise.
Yeah, but I want to specifically address if the headlights are going beyond the property line, as opposed to, typically when we look at light pollution, we're talking about like the overhead lighting extending beyond. So I just want to be careful with the.
So I'll say mitigating light intrusion into the property immediately east to either be, evaluation be conducted within 90 days of operation commencing, or upon receipt of a complaint from the neighbor.
Yeah, I like that.
We'll do both, with mitigation being either a taller wall or installed landscaping.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know that I care what the method is, as long as it stops the problem.
I guess I'm asking for some
Guidance.
documented methodology.
Yeah, either an increase to the wall height or installation of landscape buffering to satisfactorily abate.
It looks like the wall is right on the property line, so I think your wall is the only option, because that is an alley behind there.
Or you just plant the alley and hope nobody asks any questions.
I don't think we can.
Yes, we had that
Is there a
question.
sorry, this is a
Thought
tangent, but is there a reason that we don't just like vacate little chunks of alley like that aren't doing anything for anyone?
I thought it was just going through some of those.
Process.
The utility company uses it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So it's all right. It wouldn't really change anything.
All right, Brian, is that clear enough for you? And did we miss anything? based on our discussion.
Okay, so you took the ad from,
Hours of operation you asked about, but I don't have an answer for that. Shannon, do you know what typical
Hours
of operation are?
Typically between 5 and 10.
I think in the,
I just don't
I want
remember.
to say I saw something about like 4:30 to 8.
That's partially dependent on franchisee.
Okay.
Sometimes they
I
can
mean,
be
if that was
24
what
hours,
was
this one wouldn't be.
in the application, then wouldn't that be?
Yeah.
Open to the public at what time?
5?
Sorry, I don't remember where I saw that at.
I mean,
I was looking.
did you want to add something?
I don't know, I mean, that just seems real, I mean, I don't.
I know I had to read it somewhere. Wouldn't it?
Robert's looking. So you're saying the hours of operation as proposed are 5 a.m.
Oh,
to 10
here we go.
p.m.?
Okay, it is in the memo.
4:30 to 8.
Yeah, it says Monday to Sunday, 4:30 a.m. to 8 p.m.
So I'm gonna say in my motion, cannot open to the public any sooner than 5 a.m.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're good?
All right. Oh, sorry. I suppose I should say support because I don't think we got to that step yet.
All right, you helped me out a lot, so I expected it, so.
All right, so somebody want a second? Did you second it?
Robert?
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, we're going to move on.
I would encourage you to contact the school board, or the school district.
Yes.
Just so I know when I need to make noise complaints, who do I call?
Yeah, you'll call him.
Call
yeah.
Brian.
Our ordinance officer, yes.
I'm gonna invite you guys to come
Yeah.
5 o'clock in the morning and get up when I get.
Well, you shouldn't be getting up, because if you are being awakened at 5 a.m., it means there's a violation of the noise ordinance. So we would definitely want to know about that. And hopefully by some of the things that we've done or put in place, it won't be an issue for you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Consideration or approval of a microbrewery license for Kickstand Brewery.
Make a motion to approve the application for microbrewery license for Kickstand Brewery.
Support.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry you didn't bring any tonight. We all could have enjoyed it.
We
Yeah.
want you reopened.
Thank you.
Appreciate your patience.
Martindale Road project update and consideration of additional engineering scope.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to the podium if that's okay, because my computer died. Okay, so, yes, now. Just bring up the vicinity map. Okay, this is nice. It's just taking me a second. Okay, so to give background on, shall I proceed?
No, I just want to, can we please be quiet in the audience so we can hear up here? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as the board is aware, we started the design of Martindale Road back in 2018. And this is the section that is currently gravel north of Pontiac Trail, and it included some intersection improvements for the widening of Pontiac Trail in Martindale. And we completed the scope with the existing drainage patterns, and as you may be aware, it currently drains to the Roediger Estates retention pond. And during that time, residents of Roediger Estates were concerned about the amount of that their sump pumps were running when the retention basin was full. So administratively, we consulted with the township attorney, who advised that the drainage essentially stay within the public right-of-way or within an area of easement. So at that time, the project was really put on hold, and at the same time, the Aspen Trails development that paved their frontage was also put on hold. When Aspen Trails, also known as Aspen Ridge, was resurrected in approximately 2023, we began the process of updating the plans to modify the storm sewer outlet location, which was completed, and it all drains now, according to the design, to the south side of Pontiac Trail along Martindale. We submitted the plans to the Road Commission this past fall, and we recently had a meeting with the Road Commission, and they are not comfortable with approving the project as it is without further stormwater study, because the outlet pipe from our storm sewer design is larger and has more capacity than the downstream driveway and road culverts. This is a pretty significant change. We wanted to bring this to the board's attention. The goal had been to put this project out for bid and hopefully move to construction this year. That's very unlikely that would happen. So we prepared a cost estimate of what it would take to study the additional area, which is this area in red here. So it's approximately another 1,600 feet, and north is to the left. So it's tilted, but so it's the southern section that would be required to be studied to essentially the new Hudson drain, where it would have an appropriate outlet. In the proposal that we provided, it doesn't include pretreatment structure design. It really is to evaluate either a ditching that would be required or an enclosed storm sewer for the project to move forward. It's a pretty significant study. We would propose to survey from the center line to the west half of the right-of-way. There's more right-of-way in that location, and we think it would be more likely to get through approval. One thing we don't know yet, we don't know if there are any utility conflicts in that area, and we won't know until we get into that design of that section. And then while I'm updating you, there's a few other things that have been progressing. There have been a significant amount of utility impacts along Pontiac Trail. The DTE power poles are in the way of the future widening and storm sewer. We've been working with the Road Commission and the utility companies for over a year in an attempt to have them relocated. DTE did do the clearing necessary along Pontiac Trail to move those poles. A signal is not proposed at this time, although it will be widened enough that should the Road Commission, when that is warranted, they would be able to install the signal without future utility relocations. But that has been quite an undertaking, and we list all of the different utilities in our letter that have been in conflict. And then another aspect of this, we were successful in completing all of the right-of-way negotiations with the property owners north of Pontiac Trail. They all provided right-of-way. It's all been sent to the Road Commission for acceptance. There were 2 property owners that were unwilling to give a temporary easement on the north side of Pontiac Trail just east of Martindale, and we did have to modify the plans to propose curb and gutter to enclose that ditch. Well, I have been contacted by one of the residents on the south side of Pontiac Trail, which has an open ditch section, and they've requested curb and gutter. We didn't include that in the proposal. We can do that, but to me, it's not a requirement of the project. I think that would just be feedback we would like to have from the board in which direction. As far as the storm water evaluation in this area in red, we would evaluate whether we can do this with open ditch, but it will also depend on what size ditching. Right now, almost no ditch exists, and I have photos I can share if you'd like, but they would be somewhat significant. So we would evaluate, does this make sense, or would we just enclose a storm sewer? We wouldn't necessarily have to do curb and gutter, but those are things we just don't know at this time. So it's bringing this before you for feedback and for consideration of the additional expense to complete the necessary study. I mean, at this point, the project's
on hold again until there's a path forward. And the proposal was very detailed. I would propose to do this at an hourly not to exceed. We did estimate the geotechnical costs for additional soil borings. We have not obtained quotes for that, but it's within the proposal documents for your review, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. If I went over this too quickly.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Leslie?
What is the, what kind of cost magnitude are we talking for an additional section of curb and gutter? I can't really answer that because I don't know what size storm we're talking about. I don't know what we're filling in. Oh, you mean for on the south side resident? Yeah. The construction costs or the engineering? Both, I guess. The engineering would be an additional $15,000. The construction costs, it's very difficult for me to estimate that, Robert, unless it's I guess I was just looking for some sort of, I mean, just even knowing, okay, another 15 for the design is.
Yes, if you wanted to.
Apprehensive, I'll say.
It's not required. I mentioned to
and
the resident.
And we have adequate space as it exists to regrade.
Yes, but they will have a pretty decent sized ditch in their front yard, but it is in the public right of way.
I would think this would require an enclosed, I don't think we want to dig a big ditch in the front of their yards, I think.
You mean in the southern area?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would just really depend on once we do the storm evaluation, because we have to look at everything that flows into that right of way.
John, you're talking about along Martindale,
right,
not
all the way along.
Right.
Because I was asking about the one property owner on the south side of Pontiac Trail.
Yeah.
And that's in this area right here.
Got it.
Right, these houses.
Yeah, they already have a small ditch, it looks like, on some of those, but
yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that, I mean, it's an aesthetic for sure. I understand why.
You want to open cut that's 5 foot deep?
You mean down Martindale?
Yeah.
I think if anything, we might have enclosed storm, but we would try to avoid curb and gutter. And just keep, right now it's almost like a minimal swale.
Yeah, there's swale with driveway culverts, if I remember right,
yes, and we really have to look at the capacity of the open channel flow and how big a ditch would have to be versus do we enclose it and go from there. Right now, the storm sewer outlet's on the east side of Martindale, south of Pontiac Trail, and at what we would do if we are approved to move forward is at some point in this area we would cross over to the west side where there's more right of way, and then the outlet would continue close to the new Hudson drain. That's what we would propose.
So Leslie, as the project sits, if we were to not do this, then the road commission has basically said
they're not approving it.
They're not approving the drawings.
Exactly.
So we kind of have to move ahead with this, and then this would also take pressure off the Rodiger Pond as well by diverting some of that too.
Right. If you want to pave that section of road, then yes, this would be necessary. And I did also want to give the board information too, just for information. The way that we have designed this so far is the section of Martindale north of Pontiac Trail would be, of course, completely new pavement because it's gravel now. But the intersections, we would be adding asphalt. We're not proposing an overlay. And it's very similar to what happened with the Milford Road widening near the library. But I just wanted to point that out just for expectation's sake to add an overlay. It adds more costs.
Right. I don't know how relevant this is to the project timeline, but I'm seeing on the map the Martindale Road culvert replacement. Is that in the RCOC work plan for this summer now?
Yeah.
Okay.
They can't start until after July due to the different species in the drain.
Mm-hmm.
So their project timeline will be July through November most likely for that project.
So we're going to end up with 3 straight years of Martindale being closed?
The whole world
potentially, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But that project wouldn't impact the design and survey work, and they're just separate courses. Okay.
Right.
So effectively, we either do this, or we basically give up for the foreseeable future on not having one random dirt chunk.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, last time we took this thing out to bid, we got a ridiculous price, so I'm afraid that we're
Yeah.
gonna do this, and we're gonna get some absurd price for that small section, and say, do we really wanna spend?
Well, now we have the storm sewer to it, so maybe the economies of scale.
I mean,
I don't think we
I don't know.
formally bid it. I believe the Aspen Trails contractor provided a price, was my recollection.
I don't know if that's better or worse, but, yeah.
I don't know
I think
yet.
we thought it would be better, and it was way worse, so that's my fear, is they were already
didn't-
mobilized, they were
They
already
didn't
out
give
there.
us the same price as with their job.
Exactly.
Oh, I thought
That was the
that's-
issue.
I thought
And
that they
that's
were
more.
supposed to be.
We were gonna try to piggyback
Okay.
on their contract, but our attorney said that it had to be exactly the same price, which makes sense.
Right, the same unit
Because
price.
you're not publicly bidding it.
Right.
So, and they did not. And Leslie's right, they gave us a ridiculous price.
That's-
I'm thinking they either didn't want to do it, or they didn't have the time, or it wasn't in their schedule, but that's what it
And
was.
had we done that all then all of these things would not be required.
Well, that's what I was just about to ask is,
That's
did
a
we
bizarre-
ever
No, it
have
still
the
would've
final
been.
approvals at that point?
No,
So
this
we
was
could
a-
have still run into this even if we
Yes.
said, yes, we're gonna go during
Exactly.
that season.
We-
We just didn't have the final permit yet.
Exactly. It's interesting because the engineering department at the road commission has been the one that has been assisting my team in getting the utilities relocated, because that's where, their own projects, the road commission is helping get these utilities relocated at no expense to the township, because those utility companies are in the right of way by permit, and the road commission has the authority to do that. So they've been a partner in that area, and they've contributed to the township for a certain portion or a certain dollar amount to go towards paving. But their permits department is the one who will issue the permit.
Okay.
And we finally got in front of them.
So engineering was on board, but then permitting said, wait, you're doing what?
Well, engineering didn't formally approve it. They've been helping get these utilities, because there's numerous that have had to relocate, including consumers, AT&T, pretty much all of them, in one aspect or another, which is common. When you do road paving, you run into things.
I'm glad to hear that coordination was there actually, though, at least, because I saw the poles getting dropped off as I drove past, and I started to get worried that they were about to move them and then have to move them again.
No, that was coordinated a
Okay.
while ago, but it's taken
Thank
it's just taken a long time to have DTE design their relocations and then implementation.
The road commission committed to some cost assistance on this years ago when we started down this road, right?
They gave it to us.
So we have that, it was like $400,000.
$500,000.
500,000, so that is, okay.
We got it last year. They wanted to give it to us in their last year's budget.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was either gotten or still programmed.
Yeah, but-
So we just have that sitting to the side earmarked for this, right?
It's in the audit. Yep.
So this thing keeps getting more expensive because things pop up that are unforeseen. And I do not believe we should put any more water in the road digger pond.
I don't think so either.
Me either.
I agree.
And there's no other practical outlet, right? Like we can't go into the Aspen pond because
There's no
just
outlet.
Yeah, the road commission would not, they would be against discharging, and that brings up easements and rights with the HOA, and it's really
yeah.
the goal is
I
that.
figured the answer was no, but it was one of those I had to ask.
I don't think they would
instead of-
approve that,
Yeah.
no.
Well,
So what do you think?
I don't know, I'm kind of, we said we were gonna do it, and we either need to do what we have to do to get it done, or decide that we're not gonna do the project overall, and.
Then we'd have to give back $500,000.
Yeah.
I think the added bonus of the road digger pond.
Yeah, we
makes
don't
me
wanna-
think it's a.
Mhm.
I mean, we're helping that out too. 'cause
Some water gets
I
removed
have
from there.
Witnessed those sump pumps going nonstop.
And that was something that wasn't even discovered until we had survey and we did the initial design, that, when we give these proposals, those are some of the things you don't even know until you get out there, and that's just how things were done when that gravel road was paved, and during those times, you just dumped the water pretty much wherever there was a body of water.
And things are a little more strict now.
Plus, we purchased all the easements. I think those people are looking forward to that.
You said this would be an hourly not to exceed, so it's possible that we could come out not having spent it all.
Yep. But I would assume by, authorizing this, that would be the dollar amount. Again, we estimated geotech. We haven't gotten prices for that. So we estimated that at $15,000. We did get a firm price from our surveyor, and all of that is outlined in the attachment, which is in the packet.
And we'd be surveying only the east side of Martindale?
The west side, from the center line to the right of way.
Is that, how confident in that? Like, I would hate to then come back and say, oh, wait, we actually have to call the surveyor back out and do both sides. What's the marginal cost of just doing both sides, if you were to guess?
Well, you would add potentially 15,000. I'm looking at our price for the west side. So if you surveyed double that and the topo processing and the utility research for both, I probably wouldn't do that unless we need to.
Right. Okay.
Because we could.
I spend more money.
I can always come back and let you know there's an issue with that.
All right.
You or me, Rob?
Do you have the number in front of you? Because I
It's
probably
82,190. We'll get a motion first, maybe? I don't know. It's up in the chair.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get a motion first.
Okay. Do I do this?
I'd like a motion to approve an additional engineering scope for $82,190, not to exceed from CES.
Support.
All right, we have a motion support. Come on up.
The comment of note was not mentioned earlier from the DDA minutes of last month because I don't know that they've officially been published. There were other discussions besides what was being built. There is an ask for an audit of 10 years for both McKenna and for CES for any of this billing that they've been doing for the past 10 years. That was not mentioned before here, so I'm making sure it's mentioned now. DDA asked for a 10-year audit of all financial doings between our township and these two entities.
Okay.
Sharing that. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so we have a motion and support. Any more comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, we're going to move on to consider the approval to have Merge Live video stream the Planning Commission meetings.
I'll make a motion to approve Merge Live video stream the Planning Commission meetings.
Support. I would like to discuss briefly, though. I don't know that we need to do it tonight because I think we might want to give Ken a chance to assess if there would be any differences. But I would be interested in seeing a quote for at least the DDA, possibly the ZBA as well.
The DDA is already going to have theirs.
They are? Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be
All
under
right.
approval.
Thanks, because I'm really happy to see this. I've been asking for this for a while, and
The DDA will
all right.
discuss
So
it.
the ZBA would be the only one that would not. That would be.
Yeah, they're going to be online. They are. They've already voted.
Oh, no,
The
ZBA.
ZBA.
Oh,
Is it
ZBA.
like- yeah.
The DDA did.
I'd have to
I just-
make sure.
I mean,
I mean, at this point, I'm confident that, the Planning Commission, I think that I'd like to move that
It's the
forward.
biggest hit. I don't want to stop for this. I just wanted to take the moment to say, if we knew what the rates were going to be, if we wanted
Why
to
don't we
just
do
make
this?
it
Why don't we do
universal.
this? I'll bring that back next
Fair
month,
enough.
because you don't have a meeting, right?
With
And I'll make sure
ZBA?
that Merge Live can do it.
We will have one in March
Yeah.
for the ZBA.
We do have one.
Yes.
We do.
Okay. I just don't know if they can do it.
That's, I'm okay. I think I'm okay waiting to
Well,
hear their answer.
I would say, I guess my opinion regarding the ZBA is that it's so specific. Is one applicant, or maybe it might be two or three, and there's very little day-to-day kind of, Planning Commission has their, they're looking at ordinances and they're reviewing different aspects of it, and it's a much bigger picture. These are hey, somebody wants to build a shed and they can't because of the flooding in their backyard. So I don't know that we don't do any other aspect of zoning. It's only appeals to the ordinances. So we could bring it up at the ZBA and ask how they feel about it.
Yeah,
but I think let's move forward with the planning commission, and then we can bring it up at the ZBA to see if that's something that's necessary. I mean, I have an opinion, but I don't want to sway the rest of the ZBA.
I appreciate it. Mark, you want to say something?
You copied it, thank you for carrying it forward.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Since you're going online with all what seems
Come on up, I can't hear you.
Since it seems like you're moving forward to go through everyone, would it behoove you to get new quotes as an entire entity so that you make sure that you're getting the best price instead of just, oh, we've added this, we've added this, we've added this? Can you give us a better price if we add all 4 meetings? Even if it's not going outside of your current person that you're using, but just asking for a new contract.
I'll ask them.
Yeah. I think that we could discuss that at budget time, but
yeah,
I'm ready to make a motion to approve to have merge live video stream the planning commission meetings for.
I think we already.
Did you already make the motion?
Yeah, we already.
Look how late it is.
Sorry, we already motioned and seconded
show support it. Come on.
All right.
He's calling the question.
I'm calling the question then.
There you go.
Good point. We'll use that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now we're going to move on to consideration to raise building department contract inspectors pay rate from $45 to $60 per inspection. Tony, you did a lot of research on this, so.
Shall I read my memo aloud, or? Okay, so.
I think everybody here has read it.
Okay.
What do you think if you did?
I said to Tony before the meeting, he and I talked, this is just changing it to what the going rate is. I don't know when the last time we changed it, but if we don't do this, we're well below all of the surrounding areas. And the way this works for the public is that Tony's our building official and he's here full time, but we bring in contract inspectors, they're not full time. They get paid on a per inspection rate. And so all of our other competitors are paying them a hefty percentage of the overall fee for the permit, or a flat rate of say $60, $55 to $60, in order to keep and retain our really highly qualified and hard to find sometimes people. Tony's just making a proposal to go to from $45 to $60 per inspection going forward, and these are all pass through. This doesn't come out of your tax dollars. This comes from an inspection fee. So if someone wants a new water heater, they come in and they make a permit application. Part of that permit application fee includes this inspection fee, and Tony sends out his plumbing inspector to take a look at it.
So we'd
Good.
expect.
That's to do the inspection.
Just because this is per inspection, so on your average project where you've got a rough and a final, you're looking at a total $30 increase in costs probably for the average project, right?
Yes, and most of our inspectors work for other municipalities in addition to working here, and they're getting $60 at the other municipalities. I'm afraid we might lose one or two soon if we don't do this.
Right.
We have a good group.
Yeah, that's what I was just. I've can personally say that I've experienced recently some of the improvements in training and things that we've got going, and it's good. There's a lot of, there's great contractors out there, and there's some not so great contractors out there, and I think I can say we want inspectors that are going to be able to take adequate time to spot deficiencies and keep everything good for the people who get the work done.
I think also, a lot of these inspectors are kind of aging out, and we don't have a whole lot of people who are coming into that profession. So the ones that we have are very highly qualified, and if they're able to get a job, pick up a job at a neighboring community, they're going to go there, and then we're going to continue to. We don't have anybody new coming into that. So I think that paying a fair rate that is competitive within the community is going to keep those individuals with us.
Yeah, certainly the idea.
So I support the increase.
Okay, so we
I could make a motion for that. I'm gonna make a motion to raise the, I don't know, how do we rephrase that? The building department inspector's pay rate from $45 to $60 per inspection.
I'll support that with the addition of the word contract before inspector.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm sorry, do we need,
Oh,
A
sorry,
date.
yeah, and
for
that
the
it,
second item as well, or?
that it includes, I guess, should we just clarify that it includes the amendment to the fee schedule? Is that what you're going for, Tony?
Yes.
I would amend that.
I think that's what we intended, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I read my mind.
Absolutely.
And we should have a starting date, so we know.
Oh.
Would that be?
What, the next
As a-
payroll? Can we start with the next?
I guess that is a question. Like, if someone has a permit that's already been issued, would they receive the old fees or the new fees for any newly scheduled inspection? How would?
If it's already been issued, we're not gonna adjust that, you know, what they've paid or invoice it in, any more money. So, no, it would be going forward. You know, I haven't worked through exactly how we'll blend this in, if you will.
Okay.
But all the existing permits will stay as is, and it'll be going forward.
Do we
So I
want
would
so
make
want to use March 1st as a date then?
I would make an amendment that's starting with all new permitting starting March 3rd.
We will need a week or two
Okay.
probably to implement.
Do we? Is it appropriate to just defer to the building official for the implementation timeline?
That sounds nice.
God, I love that, Robert.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should do that.
That sounds great.
Like you got in my brain.
Do we need a new motion for that?
Yeah, I think you should have
Oh,
another motion.
All right, so did you made the motion?
All right.
didn't
I
you,
did.
Trustee Blades, or are
I
you
did.
making a second motion?
Or this
I
is
want
a
to make.
new.
Don't take my motion.
Okay.
Don't
I
take
won't
it.
touch it.
I'd like to make a
You still
motion.
have, you still have your original one. That's
That's the original one.
You just
Yeah.
need a new one for the second part, maybe.
Why don't you give it?
Okay.
It's at midnight.
I'm so tired.
I'll make a motion to adjust the fee schedule to raise the contract inspection rate from 45 to 60 on the timeline to be determined by the building official.
God, I'm going to support that. It's amazing.
All right, we have a motion to support. Mark, you wanted to comment on this?
The only recommendation is just make it for the next pay cycle.
Okay.
And communicate. You have the meeting minutes, that is one mechanism. We had a conversation, Tony. How else can we make sure more people know about this new fee? I'm just gonna throw in that idea. I don't want an answer right now. Just communicate.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, and we're going to get to our final here. Approval of the supervisor's appointment to the board review. And we need a extra person on there very quickly. David Tolaga is putting his application, he's qualified for the position, and I'd like to appoint him.
Can I ask, did someone resign or did we just have a vacancy that, oh, okay.
We had a
Sorry.
person die, and then someone resigned with no warning, they just
Okay.
quit. So I really got stuck on this one, our alternate.
Starts tomorrow.
All right, that's what I was gonna say. This would be effective for when they convene tomorrow, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that's
Well,
exactly it.
I've worked with Dave on the ZBA, and he's very thorough and thinks through a lot. So I definitely approve of that appointment.
Are you saying that formally?
Yeah.
I'd like to make the motion to appoint David Tolaga to the board review.
You made that motion?
I'll make it.
I'm going to support that motion.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, well, that concludes the meeting for tonight.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Support.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?